Chapter 2135. Not only were they all girls in their 20s, but they were also Mrs. Li's daughter-in-law. Yi Ying, who was wearing a military uniform, was led into a circle by Madame Li. She was not bad-looking, and she had learned piano and dance. She had an intellectual and gentle temperament. Moreover, she was led by Madame Li. Although the people in the circle did not know her identity, they were all polite to her because of Madame Li. Mrs. Li did not take Yi Ying with her all the time. After introducing her to the daughters of several friends in the circle, she went to do her own thing. Although Du Jiayi's birthday party was held by her own family and only friends of both parties were invited, those who came were either rich or noble. They came with their children. In the evening, the hall of the villa under Li Yuan's name was very lively. It's good to be young. Look at them, they are all having fun. TSK, TSK, TSK. If it were us, we wouldn't be able to get out of bed the next day. They are in a good era and have a place to play. In our era, who dared to play? They could be criticized. That's right. At that time, there was no fun or food. Mrs. Li was better. She was born with a silver spoon in her mouth and was a real daughter of a famous family. Come on, Mrs. Li, this toast is for you. A lady who was good at talking and usually played mahjong with Mrs. Li held a crystal goblet filled with red wine and took the lead to toast. With her as the beginning, the other ladies followed. When Du Jiayi appeared, all the people in the room applauded. Then Yi Ying listened to the applause and looked at the crowd. When her legs touched the thick and white cloud carpet, she felt as if she were stepping on clouds. Every step she took was so weak that she could not find the feeling of being on the ground. The crystal lamp was so bright that it shone on Du Jiayi's crystal crown. Yi Ying's eyes fell on the crown and her vision was a little blurred. Such a princess-like life, like the moon surrounded by stars, was the life she wanted. It was so beautiful that she wished she could have it now. Don't worry, don't worry. She has already walked out. As long as she coaxed Madame Li, this kind of life would definitely become her life. The young lady behind Jiayi is surnamed Yi, and her first name is Ying. After studying in France, she was specially recruited into the Beijing political group. Although she's young, she's very obedient and well-behaved. I really like her personality. Observing secretly in the afternoon, Madame Li found that Yi Ying was very good at dealing with people and things. When she met two people who deliberately made things difficult for her, she calmly retorted with her own ability and helped everyone to save face. After observing for the whole afternoon, Madame Li felt more satisfied. Only then did she formally introduce Yi Ying to her friends. With her special introduction, Yi Ying's name gradually spread. Before the banquet ended, everyone knew that Madame Li liked a girl from the southern province named Yi Ying. Du Jiayi was very happy at first, but gradually, as time passed, the haze in her eyes became heavier and heavier. Fortunately, she knew how to hide it, so no one could see the unhappiness in her heart. The person she had been longing for did not come, and she had even made preparations early. Yi Ying, who had a few new numbers added to her phone, was very happy. She did not steal Du Jiayi's limelight and stayed by Madame Li's side obediently. Whenever Madame Li asked her a question, she answered generously and gently, which made Madame Li smile. Yi Ying, who was not by Yi Qian's side, was really good. At this moment, Madame Li did not know that she had lost face because of Yi Ying. Chapter 2136. Mrs. Li, who was more and more satisfied with Yi Ying, spent the entire night either with Du Jiayi or with Yi Ying to chat with her friends, Deputy Chief of Staff Du's friends. At the end of the banquet, Mrs. Li even asked Yi Ying to send off the female soldiers from the capital government regiment. They were friends with Du Jiayi, and because of Mrs. Li's introduction, they didn't dislike Yi Ying and didn't have much interest in interacting with her. Even so, Yi Ying was very happy. Yi Zhifan was so angry that he was sent to the hospital. He drank a little too much last night, and in the middle of the night, he was furious because of the videotape. When he woke up and knocked on the door, he found out that his wife and daughter had sneaked out behind his back. Shocked and angry, he searched outside in thin clothes. At noon, he had a stuffy nose, fever, and cough. Why are you angry with Ying Ying? As long as she can make it up to you, everything will be fine. Sun Dongqing, who received the call from the hospital, was so scared that she rushed over. She complained about her husband's unreasonable behavior. I hit and scolded her last night. Ying knows that she was wrong. She is our only daughter. Did you really beat her to death? I was very angry. At that time, I wanted to beat her to death as well. It was better than continuing to embarrass myself. But now, we have Mrs. Li and the Du family. As long as Mrs. Li likes her, what is there to be afraid of? As she spoke, Sun Dongqing gritted her teeth and said fiercely, "We must find that damned bastard who harmed our family. If we don't teach him a lesson, he will think that we are easy to bully." Ying said that it was Yi Qian, that wretched girl. I thought about it and couldn't think of anyone else other than her. She must be jealous that Ying joined the army, so she came up with such a vicious method to harm Ying. After being brainwashed by Ying, Sun Dongqing believed that all this was caused by Yi Qian. At this time, Yi Jifan was already disheartened. He didn't want to see this stupid woman in front of him, nor did he want to see Ying, who wanted to climb up the social ladder but couldn't achieve anything. Yes, you and your daughter are smart. You are the smartest in the world. Everyone else is a fool. Well, now that your daughter has gone to the Du family to show off and make Madame Li happy, Sun Dongqing, hurry up and be happy, otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have time to be happy. The sarcastic Yi Jifan closed his eyes and pointed at the door. You can get lost now. Don't let me see you again. Scram. Dad. Ying, who had been listening outside for a long time, pushed the door open and came in angrily. How can you say such terrible things? If Mom leaves, who will take care of you? Tomorrow morning, Li Yuan will accompany me to report. After reporting in the morning, I will go with the Beijing political group to perform for the military leaders at all levels in the afternoon. You always say that I will embarrass you, but when have I ever embarrassed you? Today, Madame Li introduced me to many madams of influential families, not just the wives of high-ranking generals in the army. I also made many new friends, including a few from the political group in the capital. Did I embarrass you? I'm giving you face. Long face? Yi Jifan, who always had a strong sense of crisis, felt a wave of despair in his heart when he heard this. It was over, it was over. Everything was really over now. As long as the videotape was sent to Madame Li, his career would be over. Scram. For the sake of his career, Yi Jifan, who had worked hard for nearly 20 years, let out a desperate and violent roar. He got up too forcefully and pulled out the 4-drip. As he waved his hand, blood and 4-drip splashed on Yi Ying's face, causing her to scream in horror. Chapter 2137. Sun Dongqing knew that her husband was really angry. Looking at his ferocious face, she was terrified. Usually, old Yi would just endure his anger. He cared about his image and would never do anything that would be unbecoming of an official. He had never been angry with his wife and daughter in public. Now he was roaring and ignoring his health. Sun Dongqing couldn't help but mutter in her heart. Nothing would happen, right? Old Yi would never do anything that would harm the family. No matter how she quarreled with him, he would never say anything bad. Sun Dongqing, who was suddenly scared, comforted her husband for the first time. Okay, old Yi, calm down. Don't be angry with a child. Ying knows that you are sick and hurried to see you. Just let it go for the sake of her filial piety. Don't you always say that the family is noisy? What are you talking about? Now Ying has won Mrs. Li's favor and Li Yuan sent her to the hospital. Doesn't it mean that Mrs. Li really wants Ying to marry into the Du family? As long as Ying marries into the Du family, what are you afraid of? It's not our family that is afraid, but the person who sent the videotape should be afraid. If he knew that Ying would marry into the Du family, he wouldn't dare to do anything to her. He dares to go against the Du family. As his mother-in-law, how could Mrs. Li let him go? It was rare for Sun Dongqing to persuade her husband, but what she said was still not clear. The reason why she was so confident was that she was sure that Ying would marry into the Du family. She was sure that Mrs. Li liked her daughter and would not let anyone bully her. But what she didn't expect was that Mrs. Li liked Ying only because Ying looked pure, well-behaved, and obedient. Later, she secretly investigated Ying and asked Yi Jifan's colleagues and friends. She found out that Director Ye's daughter was indeed obedient, well-behaved, and didn't have any messy boyfriends. She also found out that Ying went abroad to study at an elite school. Only then did she think more highly of Ying. Mrs. Li's conditions for choosing a daughter-in-law were quite strict. The most important one was that her daughter must be pure and not tainted. Yi Jifan's position as an official, Yi Ying's obedience, and all other aspects combined made Madame Li see him in a different light. But once Yi Ying's true colors were exposed and her dissolute private life was exposed to Madame Li, how could Madame Li help Yi Ying just because she liked Yi Ying? She was not Yi Ying's mother. How could she forgive Yi Ying's deceit so easily like Sun Dongqing? Sun Dongqing thought that Mrs. Li liked Yi Ying as her daughter-in-law, but she didn't expect that Yi Ying. Sun Dongqing, who was immersed in Yi Ying's beautiful dream, only thought of beautiful things and completely ignored the consequences of deceiving Madame Li. Like mother. Yi was. He. Yi Jifan glared at Sun Dongqing with his bloodshot eyes. His wife was still daydreaming about the consequences of her actions. Divorce. Yi Jifan yelled at Sun Dongqing. Go back to the Nan province to file for divorce. Go back to the Nan province now. After shouting, only Yi Jifan's heavy breathing could be heard in the ward. Sun Dongqing and Yi Ying were shocked by Yi Jifan's words. Chapter 2138. This was the first time Yi Jifan had asked for a divorce, and it was under such circumstances. Yi Ying found it unbelievable. After a while, she screamed, "Dad, are you crazy? I'm about to marry into the Du family, and you're asking for a divorce at this time. What are you trying to do? You don't know how much Mrs. Li likes me. Today, she introduced me to some of her best friends and asked them to take care of me. She instructed Du Jiayi's friends to take good care of me since they're all from the capital's political group. When I came to the hospital, Mrs. Li didn't even ask the driver to send me. She asked her son, Li Yuan, to send me. Dad, do you know what this means? It means that Mrs. Li told Li Yuan that I'm the daughter-in-law she wants. What kind of family is the Du family? I won't talk about the deputy chief of staff Du, and I won't talk about her eldest son either. You know. Let me tell you. Mrs. Li's family used to be a warlord. Mrs. Li has an older brother, who is the leader of your province. She also has a younger brother, who is a great painter who can sell his paintings for 6 figures. Mrs. Li from such a powerful family likes me and wants me to be her daughter-in-law. This is the Yi family's ancestors' matter. You even want to divorce my mother. Fine, as long as you divorce my mother, I'll change my surname to Sun immediately. Sun Dongqing hadn't recovered from her husband's divorce, and her heart skipped a few beats when she was shocked by her daughter's words. What nonsense. Your dad said that out of anger. Divorce? Impossible. If she divorced old Yi, who would she rely on for the rest of her life? Find her daughter? Her daughter had to take care of her husband's family. She would never divorce old Yi. Yi Ying, who was trembling with anger, stubbornly raised her chin and screamed fearlessly, "What nonsense am I talking about? Is he still my father? Is there a father who can't bear to see me do well? No, he's not my father. Other fathers want their daughters to marry well and dress well, but what about him? He's afraid that I'll marry well. Is he my father? Is he my biological father?" Faced with the stubborn mother and daughter, Yi Jifan, who had been so angry that he roared before, calmed down. He had to calm down. Otherwise, he would be as unlucky as the mother and daughter. Sure, I don't want anything after the divorce. I'll give you all my assets. I only need to bring my household register and ID card. I don't want a single cent. I'll leave my wallet to you and your mother. You can change your surname. I'll ask my friend in charge of household registration to change your surname to Sunning. From now on, you can live with your mother and have nothing to do with me, Yi Jifan. I'm not your father, and you're not my daughter. We're even now, and we don't owe each other anything. Before the worst happened, he had to draw a clear line between them. For the sake of his career, Yi Jifan, who was completely disappointed with his mother and daughter, began to disown his family. He was such a person, just as Yi Qian had said. Yi Ying was very stubborn. Hearing this, she sneered and said, "Fine, from now on, I'll be called Sun Ying. I have nothing to do with you." She turned to Sun Dongqing, who had no chance to interrupt, and deliberately said happily to annoy Yi Jifan, "Mom, he finally asked for a divorce. I'm very happy. From now on, you and I don't have to live with his attitude anymore. Mom, Li Yuan and I will take care of you from now on. You don't have a husband to take care of you. It's okay. Li Yuan and I will take care of you. He's just the director of the Provincial City Construction Bureau, so what? I'll ask Li Yuan to get you a higher position." Chapter 2139. Yi Jifan, who was trying to suppress his cough, did not feel any pain in his heart. He only felt that he was going to be liberated. He married Sun Dongqing and raised a daughter who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. She was so stupid that she refused to change. This was the biggest failure of his life. He had to divorce her quickly. After the divorce, he could still find a better and younger one. As long as the Du family did not make things difficult for him, he could think of a way for his career. He did not care about the person behind the jade pendant. It didn't matter if they came for Yi Jifan or Yi Ying, he didn't care. He had been an official for nearly 20 years and had never been greedy. He only owned shares in a few companies. Even if the disciplinary committee came to investigate, he was not afraid. Yi Jifan, who was calmly thinking of a way out, threw both mother and daughter out of his life. He did not care even if she was his own daughter. He raised an ingrate. What else did he care about? Sun Dongqing would never agree to a divorce. This was something that would embarrass her. How could she agree? This time, no matter what Yi Ying said, she was not moved. "Old Yi, you want a divorce? Over my dead body." Sun Dongqing crossed her arms and sat on the bed. "Yi Ying is your daughter, and she is also my daughter. Divorce? Dream on." Sun Dongqing did not make a fuss. She only stared coldly at Yi Jifan. "Don't even think about it. I am a member of the Yi family. I will be a ghost of the Yi family even if I die." Her refusal made Yi Ying anxious. She rushed over and pulled Sun Dongqing up. "Let's go, Mom. Let's go. I won't beg him anymore. I won't beg him anymore. I will do my best for you. I won't let you down. I will definitely let you live a good life. He doesn't even acknowledge me. Why should I acknowledge him? Mom, go back to the southern province and divorce him. Divorce him." The beating last night was a new contrast to the luxurious life she enjoyed at the Du family. Yi Ying hated Yi Jifan even more. She could not wait to cut off their father-daughter relationship. "I'm not leaving. I'm not going anywhere. You want a divorce? No way." Sun Dongqing, who had been provoked once again by Yi Ying, suddenly exploded. She yelled at Yi Jifan, "Yi Jifan, if you dare to divorce me, I'll go to your office and make a scene. Make a ruckus until you can't be the bureau chief anymore. How dare you threaten me?" Yi Jifan turned his head and glared fiercely at Sun Dongqing. "If you dare to make trouble for me and make me unable to be the director, I'll make sure your daughter can't even enter the army." Holding Yi Ying's letter of enlistment and the videotape, Yi Jifan was even more ruthless. "I can tear up the letter of enlistment and send the videotape directly to the Deputy Chief of Staff Du. Sun Dongqing, you dare to threaten me? Let's see who can outplay who." Only Yi Jifan and Sun Dongqing could have turned against each other to this extent. Yi Ying was frightened. She hugged Sun Dongqing's arm and cried, "Mom, please, please divorce him. I'm your daughter. For me, please divorce him quickly. I have to report at 12 tomorrow." Go back to the southern province now and finish the paperwork by tomorrow morning. Please, I'm begging you. Sun Dongqing's lifeline was Yi Ying. She hoped that Yi Ying could succeed. The last thing she wanted was for Yi Ying's future to be blocked. She never thought that her husband would threaten her with Yi Ying's future just to force her to divorce him. Sun Dongqing, who could not accept this, screamed and threw herself at Yi Jifan. How dare you force me, Yi Jifan? You bastard. How dare you force me? I'll fight you. I'll fight you. Chapter 2140. Yi Ying, who was caught off guard, was pushed to the ground. Seeing the chaos, she didn't try to stop them. Instead, she stared at the videotape in Yi Jifan's hand and her notice of enlistment. She wanted to grab it. Although Yi Jifan was sick, he was not so sick that Sun Dongqing could pounce on him. His face turned pale and he shouted angrily, "Did I force you? Did I fucking force you? It's you and your daughter who want to kill me. Marry into the Du family?" She was the daughter-in-law of a powerful family. How dare they think about it after such a big scandal? Did they think that Mrs. Li was blind? Did they think that she was easy to talk to and would forgive Yi Ying easily? Yi Jifan didn't say this sentence again. It was useless to say it. She might not divorce him. At night, all the wards were quiet. The noise of the family of three had already attracted complaints from patients in other wards. Just as Yi Ying was about to snatch the letter of enlistment back, the nurse pushed the door open and entered with several security guards. What are you doing? Do you think the hospital is a market? If you want to quarrel, do it outside. The security guards rushed in and quickly separated Yi Ying and Sun Dongqing. Yi Jifan covered the back of his hand, coughed and gasped, "My ex-wife brought her daughter here to make a scene. Please help me ask them to leave. Also, my heart is beating fast and my head hurts. My blood pressure may be unstable. Please check it for me. Thank you." Ex-wife? She had become his ex-wife without a divorce? Sun Dongqing was so angry that she pointed at Yi Jifan's nose and shouted, "Yi Jifan, you bastard. When did I become your ex-wife? Threatening your daughter? I'll fight with you, I'll fight with you." Seeing the security guards and nurses come in, Yi Ying felt a little guilty. She was afraid that it would become a joke and reach Mrs. Li's ears. "Mom, let's go first." She got up and tried to support Sun Dongqing, who seemed to have gone crazy, and kept persuading her, "He won't care about us anymore. I told you, he won't care about us anymore. Get divorced, get divorced. One day, she would make him regret driving his daughter out." Yi Ying's eyes darkened as she gritted her teeth. She didn't believe that she couldn't accomplish anything without him. With Madame Li's appreciation, as long as she could marry into the Du family, she would make everyone who looked down on her regret. Sun Dongqing did not want to leave, no matter how much Yi Ying persuaded her. Seeing that there were so many security guards, she acted like a shrew and rolled on the ground. What a heartless man. I've been with him for so long, and in the end, he still wants a divorce. The more she acted like this, the more Yi Jifan hated her. He tried his best to get Yi Ying into the army, tried his best to let the family live a good life, but what happened in the end? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop the mother and daughter's stupidity. They were biting off more than they could chew. If he didn't want to be dragged down, the only way out was to divorce. Yi Jifan, who was sitting on the bed, didn't say anything else. He just pressed on his chest and took deep breaths. He looked like he was having a heart attack. When the nurse saw this, she immediately asked the security guards to take them out. The patient was the most important. It was useless for Sun Dongqing to make a big fuss. The more she disturbed the silence of the ward, the angrier he would be. Yi Ying didn't want to be taken away by the security guards. She glared at Yi Jifan angrily. Seeing his back to her, Yi Ying was so angry that her masseter was trembling. She scolded the security guards, "I'll go by myself. Get out of my way." When Sun Dongqing saw the security guards coming to drag her away, she screamed, "Hit me! Hit me! The security guards are hitting me. I want to call the police." I want to call the police. The security guards responded quickly, okay, it's good that you call the police. Go to the police station and spend the night there. Ask someone to bail you out tomorrow. Chapter 2141. Ying heard that she had called the police and needed someone to bail her out. How could she go to the police station with her current status? Her face turned pale as she growled at Sun Dongqing, Mom, are you trying to help me or hurt me? If we go to the police station, who's going to bail us out? Shut up. Sun Dongqing didn't want to go to the police station. She was so angry that she had no choice but to turn her head and stare at Yi Jifan viciously. Yi Jifan, don't even think about getting a divorce. I'll exhaust you to death even if I have to. Yi Jifan didn't answer. He only raised the enlistment notice and videotape in his hand. Sun Dongqing left with Yi Ying angrily. In the ward, the nurse pressed the bell to ask the doctor on duty to check on the patient. Sun Dongqing walked out of the ward and said viciously, it's best if you die of illness. The security guard who was escorting her away couldn't help but frown. Whoever got involved with such a vicious bitch would be unlucky. The mother and daughter who were invited out of the hospital did not leave immediately. Sun Dongqing wanted to leave, but Yi Ying held her back. Mom, I must get my enlistment notice back. It's related to my military service. The report can't go without it. The videotape is not a big problem. Dad doesn't dare to really bring it to Mrs. Li. The most important thing now is to get the enlistment notice back. We must get our hands on it. Let's get a divorce, Mom. Dad is already like this. What's the point of dragging it out? Didn't he just say that as long as you agree, he can give up everything? Mom, please think about divorcing him for me. Sun Dongqing was determined not to accept the divorce. Ying, I can promise you anything else, but not this. If you get a divorce, where will I put my face? There has never been a divorced couple in Shuku village. Do you want me to go back to the village and drown in the saliva of those gossipy women? Why do you want to go back to the village after the divorce? What's so good about that lousy village? You can live in the provincial capital, in Anyang. After the divorce, the house will all be yours. Also, as long as I marry into the Du family, you don't have to worry about anything. You see, I'm now a military performer. I'll report tomorrow morning and perform with the veterans in the regiment in the afternoon. Madame Li specially told her acquaintances in the regiment about this. If it weren't for the fact that I'm only joining the army tomorrow, Mrs. Li would have asked the group to arrange for me to perform with them. Look, Madame Li treats me so well. Are you still afraid that you won't have a good life after the divorce? Every time Ying thought of the enlistment notice and the videotape, her heart would burn with anxiety. She kept trying to persuade Sun Dongqing, but Sun Dongqing still wouldn't nod her head. After talking for nearly an hour, Ying finally knelt down with a plop. Mom, you must help me. I beg you. You must help me. I don't want to lose everything. I don't want to lose to Yi Qian. I don't want to be suppressed by Yi Qian for the rest of my life. Daughter, I beg you, I beg you. She was just short of kowtowing. Yi Jifan also didn't want to delay any longer. After the nurse and doctor left, he took out his phone and called Sun Dongqing. Have you thought about it? If you don't give me a reply, I'll tear up the enlistment notice and call the deputy chief of staff due to ask the guards to come and take the videotape away. I'd like to see if your precious daughter can still join the army. You'd better agree to my divorce before I want to drive you to the brink of death. Yi Ying begged bitterly and Yi Jifan pressured her step by step. Sun Dongqing finally agreed to the divorce. Chapter 2142. At the same time, she also stated her own request. Return to the southern province now and transfer all the assets to me first. Then we'll go through the divorce procedures. Yi Jifan, who had no feelings for Sun Dongqing, nodded without hesitation. These assets were not considered assets. After the divorce procedures are done, I'll immediately tell Yi Ying where the enlistment notice and videotape are. I guarantee that she can enlist before 12 o'clock tomorrow. It won't affect her performance in the afternoon. When it came to negotiations, Sun Dongqing and her daughter were no match for Yi Jifan. Soon, both parties agreed verbally. Yi Jifan handed the enlistment notice and videotape to a nurse in the hospital and gave the nurse a few hundred yuan for storage. He booked the plane tickets overnight and flew back to the southern province with Sun Dongqing. What? Director Yi just finished the divorce procedures with his wife? Xia Yiwei, who was nursing her pregnancy at home, was so shocked that she sat up from the sofa. Ho Zi, who was peeling an apple, was so shocked that her expression changed. She threw the apple and knife aside and quickly supported Xia Yiwei. Why are you so shocked when they're divorced? Lie down. An elderly pregnant woman with signs of miscarriage scared Ho Zi. She was so scared that she did not even go to the office. She was afraid that something would happen to the mother and child. Xia Yiwei then remembered that she was pregnant. She quickly lay down on the sofa and calmed herself down before asking, what happened? Why did they suddenly get divorced? I don't know. I only found out when I saw the divorce certificate in the drawer. It was done this morning. There was no news at all. The secretary on the phone whispered. He was also confused about this. The director was in a good mood before he went to the capital 2 days ago. Why did he suddenly fall out with the director's wife? He returned to the southern province at 1:00 in the morning last night. He asked me to go to the office to send the household register to his house. There was no warning today and they suddenly got divorced. Did something happen in the capital? The bureau doesn't know yet. I'm probably the only one who knows. Everything was fine. Why did they suddenly get divorced? Secretary Xia, why don't I ask around? What happened in the capital? Xia Yiwei thought about it and smiled. Forget it. Divorce is not a big deal. You don't have to ask around. Just pretend that you don't know. The sudden divorce probably had something to do with the video that Xiao Yi sent out. She had to tell Sixth Brother about it. OL, Sixth's mood had been at its lowest since yesterday. He was locked up in the hospital and guarded by 2 guards. At the same time, he was also guarded by 3 of his comrades and Li Jinyan. There were 6 people guarding him and an injured person. To the point where he couldn't escape even if he had wings. After receiving Xia Yiwei's call, Xia Jinyuan, who was lying in bed with her heart already in Yiqian, did not have much interest in listening to the conversation. It wasn't easy for Yi Jifan to endure the divorce until now. So be it. It won't affect him much. It's true that the divorce won't affect him much, but he went to the capital and suddenly rushed back overnight. He finished the divorce procedures this morning. You can find out what happened to him in the capital. I suspect that it has something to do with the video that Xiao Yi sent. This sentence piqued Xia Jinyuan's interest. He smiled and said, okay, I got it. Take care of yourself. I'll keep an eye on him. The 4 comrades in the ward who were playing Level Up did not hear the other words clearly, but they heard the words, keep an eye on him, very clearly. Han Zheng asked, who asked an injured person like you to keep an eye on him? Chapter 2143. Xia Jinyuan had been in a bad mood since yesterday. He was locked up in the hospital and was guarded by 2 guards. At the same time, 3 of his comrades and Li Jinyan were guarding him. There were 6 people guarding him and an injured person. In order to prevent him from leaving the hospital and running to Nan province, the 6 of them guarded him until he couldn't escape. After receiving Xia Yiwei's call, Xia Jinyuan, who was lying in bed with his heart already in Yiqian, lost interest in listening. It wasn't easy for Yi Jifan to endure the divorce until now. So be it. It won't affect him much. The divorce won't affect him much, but he went to Beijing and suddenly rushed back overnight. He finished the divorce procedures this morning. You can find out what happened to him in Beijing. I suspect it has something to do with the videotape Xiao Yi sent. Xia Jinyuan's interest was piqued. He smiled and said, okay, I got it. Take care of yourself. I'll keep an eye on him. The 4 comrades in the ward who were playing Level Up didn't hear much except for the words, keep an eye on him. Han Zheng asked, Who asked an injured person like you to keep an eye on him? It's not a person. It's a private matter. I have to keep an eye on Yi Qian to prevent him from being snatched away. Xia Jinyuan put down his phone and looked at his comrades who were brazenly playing level up in front of him. His thin lips curled up slightly, revealing an elegant smile. Why don't you play with a little money? If you don't play big, a few yuan per round is fine. Li Jinyan, who had played a card, coldly exposed his comrade's plan. You want us to go back to the military headquarters to drink cold water and sit in a dark room, right? No matter how big the game was, gambling was prohibited in the military. Captain, you're so evil. I almost fell for it. Han Zhang said as he held down the K7 card with one hand. Wait, I still have a pair of spades. Up. My 2 of spades is the biggest. Are you kidding me? We agreed not to remember the cards. Do I even need to remember the cards? I remember it with one look. Do I need to remember the cards? Remember at a glance? Isn't that just memorizing the cards? Han Zhang and V8 laughed and reprimanded each other. Although it was a little boring to watch over the disobedient wounded, it was still okay to play cards. They had been fighting since yesterday and took turns to rest at night. They had been fighting since the morning and it was almost time for lunch. Xia Jinyuan looked at the group of comrades he could not defeat alone. He pressed his slender fingers against his forehead and then asked Han Zhang, help me find out something urgent. He wanted Han Zhang to find out if Yi Jifan had any conflicts with the Du family since he came to Beijing. Du family? How are you related to the Du family? The Du family celebrated Du Jiayi's birthday last night and held a small birthday party. The people who attended were all acquaintances and friends of the Du family. One of my friends and his sister also went. Wait a moment, I'll call and ask. Han Zhang had a lot of good-for-nothing friends. If he had anything to ask, he could definitely find out everything. He picked up his phone and was about to go outside to make a call. As he walked out, he said hello to his friend. When he looked up, he saw a slender figure walking toward him. She saw him in advance and smiled faintly. Are you going out to work? Damn. I'm not busy. Help me find out if anything big happened at Du Jiayi's birthday party last night. I have to go now, something urgent came up. Goodbye. She finished her sentence in 3 seconds. Then, she smiled widely at Yi Qian. I'm not busy. Didn't I know you were coming, so I specially came to pick you up. Chapter 2144. It was definitely a pleasant surprise. With Yi Qian's arrival, they finally didn't have to keep an eye on the troublesome old 6. If he wasn't injured, Demon King Li would probably be the only one who could guard one room. Han Zhang, who was grinning from ear to ear, turned around and pushed the door open. Come in. Everyone is waiting for you. He made a gentlemanly gesture and said, my humble abode is simple, and there's a disobedient fellow here. Please bear with her. Everyone in the ward looked up at Han Zhang. Because he spoke politely, they all thought that a leader had come to visit. The 3 people at the card table quickly hid their cards and stood up to wait for the leader to come in. The leader came in quickly. The person that he had been thinking about day and night suddenly appeared in the ward. Xia Jinyuan, who was lying on the bed, chased them away. You can leave now. Go away and don't come back. Yi Qian came in wearing her military uniform. She saluted her comrades in the ward who were all higher ranked than her and said, I'll have to trouble you to guard the ward. I have something to do with the leader at 2 in the afternoon, so I can only stay for an hour. Since he could only stay for an hour during the day, he would definitely have time at night. Xia Jinyuan thought to himself. After asking all his comrades to leave, he quickly locked the door, turned around, and took large strides to hug the girl he had been thinking about. I missed you very much, little fox. He kissed her forehead eagerly. His kisses spread from her forehead all the way to Yi Qian's delicate lips. He didn't give Yi Qian a chance to speak. Xia Jinyuan, who missed her so much that his heart couldn't help but tremble whenever he thought of her name, occupied his territory. His large hands tightly held her waist and pulled her fiercely into his embrace. This was a deep kiss that erupted purely out of longing. The scorching hot breath that was filled with longing wrapped around her tightly, making her world only have his existence. Yi Qian, who had always been slow to react to intimacy, was momentarily stunned by the sudden kiss. With the nimble possession of his tongue and the invasion of his refreshing breath, Yi Qian's passion was instantly ignited. She missed him very, very much, just like how he missed her very, very much. The affectionate kiss was so gentle that it made her heart sink. Their inseparable entanglement made her tiptoe uncontrollably, responding to his deep affection and longing. "I missed you very much, Captain Xia. I missed you very much." She responded passionately and tried her best to tiptoe to respond to his longing. She used her actions to tell him how much she missed him too. After a long while, Xia Jinyuan ended the deep kiss. They could smell each other's breath between their breaths. His handsome nose touched the tip of her pretty nose. He looked at her deeply and their breaths were intertwined. "Sorry for making you worry." After looking at her for a long time, Xia Jinyuan held the back of her head with his big hand and let her bury her head in his chest. He didn't dare to look at her. He was afraid that he would see tears that would make him sad. "I'm sorry, my love. I'm sorry, my love. I'm sorry to have frightened you." He couldn't say he was sorry directly. This was the responsibility of a soldier. He couldn't say he was sorry. This was something she had to get used to and accept as a soldier. All of the apologies, all of the guilt, could only be repeated over and over again in his heart. Chapter 2145. Yi Qian didn't dare to hug his injured waist. She clutched his hospital gown tightly and took a deep breath before answering softly, "I was very scared when I left, but everyone told me that I had no other choice but to believe that you would return safely. I was very scared, but I always believed that you would come back safely." She understood him. She knew how he felt when he hugged her so tightly. She knew that he felt guilty and wanted to apologize to her, but she also understood why he couldn't say, "I'm sorry." She knew, and she understood. Her gentle answer made Xia Jinyuan, who had never shed tears even when he was injured, suddenly feel warmth in his eyes. Under the light, tears glistened in his deep and bright eyes. He was so lucky to have met a lover who understood him, and how lucky he was to have met her. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. You're still waiting for me. How can I let anything happen to me? Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I'll be fine. For you, for myself, for my comrades, and for the country I'm loyal to, how can I let anything happen to me?" He stroked the top of her head with his large hand and comforted her, "It'll be fine. Don't worry, little fox. You're looking forward to my return. How can I bear to destroy your hope? I said before that I'll grow old with you. This is a promise I made to you. I can't go back on my words." How could he bear to let the person who loved him be sad? How could he bear to let her live alone in the future? It was so difficult to open her heart. Once he left, there would be no room for another man in her world. He couldn't bear to let her be sad, he couldn't bear to let her be lonely, and he couldn't bear to leave her alone. There were so many things he couldn't bear to part with. How could he let himself leave her? Xia Jinyuan held the back of her head tightly and slowly closed his eyes. He lowered his head and planted a kiss on the top of her head. "I love you, Yi Qian. I'll love you with my life, until the end of my life." He would love her so deeply, loving this lover who made his heart ache and made him pity her. From the prime of his life to the twilight of his life, from a head full of black hair to a head full of white hair, until he stopped breathing, he could stop loving her. Yi Qian, whose eyes were moist, bit down hard on his lower lip, forcing back the sobs that were about to come out. "Remember my words, little fox. I will try my best to come back and see you. Please, you must persevere and wait for me to come back. When I leave you to carry out a mission, you just have to wait for me to come back. You can't let me affect you, especially when you're on a mission. You can't let me affect you. You have to do the same. You have to work hard for me and come back alive. You can't let me down or make me sad. You have to come back alive even if your uniform is stained with blood. Do you understand? Yi Qian, who had stopped crying, nodded. She knew everything. She knew everything. I know. You've told me this before. I've always remembered it. Yi Qian closed her eyes and sniffed the familiar scent on his body. It was so peaceful. To be able to come back alive, even if he was injured, it didn't matter. At this moment, Yi Qian understood why it was said that injuries on the Snowfield Brigade Special Forces represented a new life. It turned out that coming back alive with injuries represented a new life. Chapter 2146. Xia Jinyuan had always known that Yi Qian was very obedient to him. She would remember every single word that he said. Every time he heard her say that she remembered his words, his heart would always soften and melt into water. You're so obedient, my baby. Xia Jinyuan lowered his head and smiled as he kissed her forehead. Suddenly, he bent down and picked her up while Yi Qian was unprepared. He smiled and said, "Don't move. I can't use my strength as I please. If you move, you might slip from my hands." Yi Qian didn't dare to move. She was afraid that if she struggled, she would reopen his wound. She gripped his clothes tightly with both hands and looked at him with displeasure. "I won't move. Aren't you afraid that your wound will reopen if you bend down and pick me up? No wonder the commander-in-chief said you were a bastard and even sent so many people to guard you. They really did protect me this time." Xia Jinyuan smiled. The person he missed had already arrived, so it didn't matter if he guarded her or not. He carried her to the bed and couldn't help but lower his head to kiss her lips that were red from his kisses. He said softly, "You only have an hour. Come to the bed with me." How could Yi Qian refuse? He was injured and it was best for him to rest in bed. Yi Qian didn't dare to lie in his arms. She only dared to rest her head on his shoulder and hold his arm with both hands as she listened to him talk about the danger he encountered. "I was interrogated when I returned, but fortunately, I wasn't the main person in charge. I was fine after being whipped a few times. They were all minor injuries. My skin wasn't even broken." The two of them lay on the bed that was not spacious and whispered about those thrilling things. No matter how thrilling it was, after Xia Jinyuan's narration, it was not thrilling anymore. They just skimmed over it casually. After my mission was completed, I decided to add another mission at the last minute when they were exchanging fire. I triggered a hidden alarm and was hit by shrapnel. That's why I was injured. There wasn't much of a problem. I checked it out and was discharged after 3 days of anti-inflammatory injections. He said it with a faint smile. The bloody gunfight turned into a child's fight. Yi Jian, who was lying on the side, couldn't help but get up a little. She then looked down at the man lying flat on the bed. Her fingers gently caressed his slightly thin, handsome face. She didn't say too much because they both understood each other. They wore the same military uniform and carried out the same dangerous mission. They really understood each other. Sigh. She originally wanted to teach him a lesson, but now she really couldn't bear to. It was normal that he didn't recognize her when he was on the mission. He was injured. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but smile at her gentle touch. He closed his eyes and felt her affectionate gaze. She used her fingers to trace his face. From his eyebrows to his eyes, to the tip of his nose, all the way to his lips. Her fingers gently caressed his face, then she used her delicate lips to kiss him. She kissed his forehead, his eyes, the tip of his nose, and finally stopped at his lips. She used the tip of her soft tongue to gently lick his lips, then nimbly entered and danced with the tip of his tongue. "Little fox," he called out softly. He reached out and pulled Yi Qian into his arms. "I'm not that weak. I just need to avoid the wound." Yi Qian kissed his thin lips, then kissed his handsome chin. "Lie down properly. I want to see your wound." "What's there to see? I'll bandage it." "You won't be able to see it even if you want to." The wound that had been stitched up again, to be honest, it was a little hideous. He really didn't dare to let her see, for he was afraid that her heart would ache. Chapter 2147. Gently biting his chin with her teeth, Yi Jian, whose voice was as soft as water, snorted, "You didn't recognize me, and I didn't care. Now, I just want to see your injuries. Are you not happy?" "Happy, happy. Happy. 100%. Thinking about how he was less than 3 meters away from her on the island and how he didn't realize it was her, Xia Jinyuan didn't dare to go against Yi Qian's words. He spread his long arms and legs and spread his tall and straight body. "Come on, let's examine it properly." He looked like he was saying, "Please pick more." Yi Qian gently pinched his arm muscles and started to be naughty again. The somewhat heavy atmosphere was eased by his nonchalant body movements and facial expression. Yi Jian, who was hiding the worry in her eyes, couldn't help but chuckle and tease, "You look very easy to bully now. Can you bear to bully me? Can you bear to bully me?" Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows and smiled elegantly. "But I don't mind if you bully me. How can I not bear to bully you? How can I not bear to bully you? You've already brought it up yourself, so how can I refuse?" Compared to the past, Yi Qian was becoming more and more talkative with Xia Jinyuan. She pinched his arm again with her slender and fair fingers. "Lie down properly and put your hands down. Do you want the stitches to be pulled apart?" He had copper skin and iron bones. She couldn't pinch him without using some force. The so-called bullying was nothing more than loud thunder but small raindrops. She pinched the same spot twice in a row. Seeing his cynical handsome face contorted in pain, Yi Jianjian stopped before going too far. Xia Jinyuan saw this and chuckled sexily. His little fox couldn't even bear to bully him. Yi Qian carefully lifted the patient's gown and saw a corner of the white gauze. He held his breath. He did not see the wound, only the gauze. His heart ached faintly. His fingers gently caressed the edge of the gauze, and his voice was tense as he muttered to himself, "Fortunately, it's a bullet wound, so it's easier to disinfect and treat it. There's no deep purplish bruise on the lumbar muscles. Fortunately, the muscles weren't cut off. Captain Xia, I don't know how many injuries you have. Did you deal with them yourself first? Of course you'll deal with it yourself. With your temper, you won't go to the hospital if you can avoid it. Even if you go to the hospital, you won't be content and will do everything possible to get discharged. Move to the side a little. Let me look behind you. The shrapnel came in from the front and went out from the back of your waist. You're lucky that the shrapnel didn't stay in your body. When you hugged me just now, you used a lot of strength on your waist. I don't think you pulled the thread open. Otherwise, there would be blood seeping out of the gauze." Without expecting Xia Jinyuan to answer, Yi Qian answered his own question. Both his front and back were wrapped in sterile gauze. Even if he was lying flat, he had to turn his body slightly to avoid pressing on the wound. Through the gauze, he could smell the anti-inflammatory medicine and the faint smell of blood from the wound. Yi Qian sighed softly as he looked at the gauze. He slowly lowered his head and closed his eyes. Yi Qian kissed the gauze gently and tenderly. The kiss was too light, and there was a gauze between them. Logically speaking, one should not feel anything. However, Xia Jinyuan felt it. Under the trembling kiss, the muscles at the edge of the wound twitched and trembled. The trembling sensation suddenly rushed up and into his heart, causing his heart to tremble. Chapter 2148. She was talking to herself, but she didn't want him to know how much she cared for him and how worried she was about him. Xia Jinyuan, who felt as if something was stuck in his throat, looked deeply at his lover. His voice was hoarse as he said softly, "I'll let you see when the gauze is removed. Don't look now. Be good. Put down your clothes and sleep next to me. I want to look at you." Yi Qian gently put down her clothes and went back to sleep next to him. Both of them were lying on their sides, looking at each other. Their eyes were on each other, and they couldn't get enough of looking at each other. Neither of us can guarantee that we won't get hurt in the future. We can only try our best to minimize the degree of injury. Therefore, little fox, you must be diligent in your training and not stagnate. You must improve year after year, month after month. Don't be sad. It's normal. Just like when you got injured last time, although my heart ached, I chose to face it. If there's no guarantee, I can only face it. He could always educate her, remind her, and teach her at any time. The military was a thorny road, but because of him, the road was the most beautiful scenery. She couldn't help but gently touch his handsome features that couldn't hide his noble temperament. Yi Qian gently rubbed the tip of her nose against his. She gazed at the man who was like a pine tree on a cliff. She gently kissed his thin lips and said something that surprised Xia Jinyuan. I like kissing you. With this sentence, Yi Qian's lips almost broke. Fortunately, Han Zhang knocked on the door in time, interrupting the deep kiss. I'm sorry, I really have to disturb the two of you for a while. I've been standing outside for more than 10 minutes, and the two of you can't stop kissing. It's a little urgent, so I had to disturb you. Han Zhang knew the relationship between the two of them, and he was deeply sorry for interrupting their intimacy. However, he had no choice. He really had something important to say. Under Xia Jinyuan's knife-like gaze, Han Zhang, who felt that his body had been shot into a lotus pod, was under immense psychological pressure. He quickly told Xia Jinyuan everything he had heard. Yi Ying attended Du Jiai's birthday party last night. Mrs. Li introduced Yi Ying to her friends and even jokingly told her friends in the capital political group that she would take care of Yi Ying. Mrs. Li's son, Li Yuan, accompanied her. Yi Zhifan, who was supposed to accompany them, didn't go. At around 10 at night, he took a flight back to southern province. Then, this morning, Sun Dongqing and Yi Zhifan suddenly divorced. Well, this is what I heard. In short, Mrs. Li is very satisfied with Yi Ying. Then, those who attended the banquet, including my friend and his sister, all think that Mrs. Li probably wants Li Yuan to marry Yi Ying. That's all. Sorry for bothering you. Goodbye. After telling Xia Jinyuan everything he had heard, Han Zhang didn't waste a second. He sensibly got up and left quickly, not giving Xia Jinyuan a chance to shoot daggers at him. Interrupting their deep kiss had already made him suffer 5 minutes of knife-throwing. If he didn't stay any longer, he was afraid that old Six Fist would hit his face. Yi Qian couldn't help but squint as he listened to this rather complicated and bizarre story. It sounded bizarre and unbelievable, but after thinking about it for a while, he understood. She looked helplessly at Han Zhang, who was running away. She pursed her lips and said to Xia Jinyuan, you were the one who asked him to find out, and now you're blaming him. Captain Xia, aren't you afraid that Han Zhang will cut ties with you? Chapter 2149. We've been breaking up with each other since we were kids. We've broken up countless times, but we've never succeeded. Xia Jinyuan, who was counting the time in his head, half-hugged Yi Qian, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. He rested his chin on her shoulder and stole a kiss on her earlobe before getting down to business. Sun Dongqing must have rushed to Beijing last night because of the videotape. Yi Qian sneered and said calmly, I'm 100% sure that she brought the videotape into Beijing. Sun Dongqing is a very old-fashioned person. When she saw the videotape, she would most likely beat Yi Ying up. Wearing a military uniform to attend Du Jiai's party, it seems like Yi Ying was badly beaten up. She had to wear a military uniform to cover up her injuries. Otherwise, with her love for beauty, she would have worn a little dress to appear in front of everyone. Yi Qian, who knew Sun Dongqing well, was not there, but he could guess a little of what happened. This was the meaning of the saying, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Xia Jinyuan liked this side of Yi Qian very much. She was very smart and quick-witted. She could find the right direction with just a few clues. This side of Yi Qian made him fall in love with her. Yi Qian patted the hand that kept stroking her waist and felt itchy. She continued her analysis without being interrupted. Yi Zhifan did not accompany Yi Ying to the Du family's house during the day. I'm afraid he didn't want Yi Ying to go either. In the end, Yi Ying went. Yi Jifan was afraid that Mrs. Li would find out about the videotape. He didn't want to implicate himself, so for the sake of his career, he proposed a divorce that night. The process was definitely not good. Sun Dongqing would not accept the divorce, but Yi Ying had already won Mrs. Li's favor. She even went out with her son. She thought that she could marry into the Du family smoothly. Li Yuan. In her previous life, she only knew that Yi Ying's husband's surname was Du, and her mother-in-law's surname was Li. She didn't know that her husband in her previous life took Mrs. Li's surname. Xia Jinyuan kissed Yi Qian's earlobe again and said with a smile, "Go on. It's not Detective Holmes. It's only because I know Yi Jifan well." Yi Qian, who had been kissed by him several times, smiled slyly. He turned his head and bit his ear in revenge. When he heard him suck in a breath of cold air, his dark eyes smiled as if he had succeeded. "I sent the video to Mrs. Li for 2 reasons. First, I wanted to cut off Yi Ying's escape route. Second, I wanted to scare Yi Jifan. But I didn't expect that he would be so afraid that he would divorce Sun Dongqing." Sure enough, a person who didn't recognize his own family was heartless. For the sake of his career, he could forsake his wife and daughter. But he is indeed the Yi Jifan that I know. Yi Jifan did not want a wife or a daughter. He only wanted an official position because he could have more wives and daughters. Especially since they were often a burden to him. For the sake of an official position, Yi Jifan would definitely abandon them even faster and more ruthlessly. It was rare for a man to be so heartless. But Yi Ying was arrogant enough to think that she could marry into the Du family. She was conceited enough and stupid enough. Was Yi Ying that stupid in her previous life? But in this life, she was able to coax Mrs. Li to introduce her to friends everywhere. It was obvious that she wasn't that stupid. So, was she stupid? Or was she not stupid? After leaving the hospital, Yi Qian couldn't help but wonder. Knowing that Yi Qian wouldn't be leaving until Sunday, Xia Jinyuan didn't want to go back to the southern province anymore. He asked Yi Qian about the package number to Mrs. Li and began to add fuel to the fire. He wanted to make it bigger, faster, and more lively. He didn't do anything. After checking the package's location, he told the delivery man to deliver it to Mrs. Li today. Chapter 2150. At this time, Xia Jinyuan only wanted to add some firewood to the fire, but he didn't expect things to be so lively in the end that it exceeded his expectations. At 2:00 sharp, Yi Qian followed the military academy leaders and military leaders into the grand performance hall amidst the applause of the soldiers. The person next to her was none other than Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was talking to her. After the performance, leave later. Come with me to the hospital to visit old Six. In order to let Yi Qian hear what he was saying amidst the applause, Commander-in-Chief Xia lowered his head slightly. In the eyes of the soldiers, it was the leader showing concern for the soldiers. However, in the eyes of Yi Ying, who was clapping behind them, it was a bolt from the blue. Her eyes widened in fear and her applause was even slower by half a beat. Fortunately, her applause was soft and the applause from the audience fell in unison. Her sudden clapping did not cause a commotion. Even so, it still made the class leader, who was taking care of her, break out in cold sweat. "Yi Ying, what are you doing?" The class leader reprimanded softly, "You have to follow the rhythm when clapping. Didn't I teach you before?" A recruit who joined the military less than 2 hours ago came out to watch the performance with them without even making her bed properly. She didn't know what the leader planned for her. Even taking care of a recruit shouldn't be like this. Yi Ying, who was frightened, tried to control the fear in her heart. She fidgeted and placed her hands on her knees. Her fingers dug into her knees as she asked her class leader in a trembling voice, "Class leader, the leader in front of us, who is he? He seems to be in a very high position." She had seen him before. She saw him at old Jen's funeral. The class leader was afraid that she would speak again, so she immediately whispered, "Commander-in-Chief Xia, military leader, remember this." Military leader. Yi Ying felt her vision darken. Yi Jian, that wretched girl, actually knew the head of the military, Commander-in-Chief Xia, a long time ago. How did she know him? How did she know him? Why could she still accompany Commander-in-Chief Xia? What right did she have? Don't talk. If the platoon leader sees me going back with you, I'll be punished. The class leader saw that there was something wrong with her expression. He thought it was the first time she was scared to see the chief, so he comforted her. Don't worry, the chief isn't someone you can see whenever you want. You're lucky to be able to see the chief as soon as you joined the army. But, there's still a military academy student beside the chief. Yi Ying, who was so scared that her heart was trembling, stuttered. She swallowed hard and asked, why can a military academy student accompany the chief out? The class leader didn't really want to answer, but fortunately, everything was still going on, so she quickly said, she must be very outstanding in school. The leader received her. Alright, if you have any questions, you can ask me later. Was it because of her outstanding performance in school that the chief wanted to meet her? No. Definitely not. How could she not know how capable that bitch Yi Jian was? She did have the ability to fool ordinary people, but in the elite troops, her ability to fool ordinary people was not enough. How could she possibly be received by the head of the military? There must be a problem, there must be a problem. Yi Ying, who couldn't accept this, madly guessed. Her guesses were all about slandering Yi Qian in an attempt to calm herself down. She couldn't believe it. She couldn't accept the fact that Yi Qian accompanied the military leader to the performance. Right. She could find Du Jiayi and let Du Jiayi deal with Yi Qian. Chapter 2151. Where do I find her? Damn it. Where do I find Du Jiayi? She must find Du Jiayi and tell her that her cousin who cheated on the college entrance exam was Yi Qian, who accompanied Commander-in-Chief Xia. She also needs to tell the Deputy Chief of Staff Du to investigate Yi Qian's cheating and kick her out of the military academy so that she will never have the chance to accompany the chief of the military. Yi Ying, sit properly, sit properly. The class leader noticed that the recruits were leaning forward, making them sit in a straight line in a very obvious arc. She immediately shouted and reminded her sternly. Yi Ying couldn't control her emotions. Whenever she thought about how Yi Qian was summoned by the chief of the military, she couldn't control her emotions. Her ears clearly heard the class leader's voice, but not only did she not retract her body, she sat up straight and even wanted to stand up. But this scared the class leader to the point that her heart kept thumping. The class leader had no choice but to grab Yi Ying's arm. Yi Ying, go back with me to receive your punishment in front of the commander. Yi Ying, who was completely immersed in her imagination, was grabbed by the class leader. Following another round of applause, Yi Ying suddenly woke up. Crap. I forgot where I am. Yi Ying's heart sank, but she didn't dare to turn her head to talk to the class leader. She struggled slightly and signaled the class leader to let go. I'm sorry, class leader. This is the first time I've seen so many chiefs, so I'm very nervous and scared. Yi Ying explained in a low voice, but her gaze was fixed on Yi Qian, who was sitting with the leader in front of her. Her gaze was like a venomous snake, full of ruthlessness and malice. The class leader saw that she finally sat up straight and clapped her hands with the rhythm, so she was slightly relieved. But with the lesson learned from the previous incident, the class leader's gaze would sweep over Yi Ying from time to time to prevent any accidents from happening again. Yi Ying, who woke up with a start, didn't lose her composure again because she was already comforted by her own imagination. She was certain that the reason Yi Qian was summoned by Commander-in-Chief Xia was because of Uncle General. Just you wait, Yi Qian. I'll show you later. She planned to bring Du Jiayi to look for Yi Qian after the meeting so that Du Jiayi could get a good look at him and wait for the Deputy Chief of Staff Du to reveal Yi Qian's hypocrisy. With that thought in mind, Yi Ying's imbalanced mentality was satisfied. She was even thinking about how terrible Yi Qian's fate would be later. He would definitely be so scared that he wouldn't dare to meet anyone. When the Deputy Chief of Staff Du appeared, he would definitely be so scared that he would cry bitterly and regret what he had done. She might even come to beg her to put in a good word for her in front of the Deputy Chief of Staff Du and plead for her. Did he want her to put in a good word and plead for him? In your dreams, Yi Qian. I will definitely make you suffer so much that you wish you were dead. I will make you regret what you have done to me." Yi Ying, who was deeply immersed in her imagination, almost laughed out loud. Fortunately, she knew where she was right now. Even if she wanted to laugh, she had to control herself. She bit her tongue and swallowed her laughter back into her stomach. Through her imagination, Yi Ying obtained unprecedented happiness in her heart, but Du Jie wasn't as happy. No wonder she couldn't find Yi Qian in the system. He was actually a military academy student. She couldn't find him even after searching for so long. She even thought that she had been scared silly and misheard his name. A military academy student who didn't properly stay in school to learn, but actually followed a group of male soldiers to the depths of the snowy mountains and tried to show off. Yi Qian, do you have nothing better to do? Chapter 2152. Du Jie, who had a ribbon wrapped around her finger, stared unblinkingly at Yi Qian, who came in with Commander-in-Chief Xia and spoke as he took his seat. A cold glint flashed across her watery eyes. No wonder she didn't like her at first sight. She had already gained the favor of Commander-in-Chief Xia. She didn't have the ability to touch the people around Commander-in-Chief Xia, but she could touch a mere cadet from a military academy. Yi Qian, oh Yi Qian, don't blame me, Du Jie, for making things difficult for you. It's just that you're too much of an eyesore. Du Jie, who had been in a bad mood since yesterday, looked at Yi Qian as though she had found an outlet to vent her anger. A cold smile flashed across her eyes. She lowered the curtain that she had gently lifted and turned to the dressing room to prepare herself. There was an unfriendly gaze in front of her, and there was another unfriendly gaze behind her. Yi Qian felt a headache coming on. Who was it? She was just here to watch a performance. Why was someone suddenly targeting her? Yi Qian didn't know who it was until she saw Du Jie go on stage. After enduring the unfriendly gaze for more than an hour, she finally knew that the unfriendly gaze from the front was from Du Jie. But what about the gaze behind her? Who was it behind her? Don't underestimate the cultural troops. Different types of soldiers have different responsibilities. The cultural troops are soldiers who protect the spirit of the soldiers. By adjusting the atmosphere, they can raise the soldiers' emotions and improve their combat ability. Some soldiers think that the cultural troops are just dancing, singing, running to the middle of the stage to read poems and essays, and that's all. Their understanding is too biased and extreme. Regardless of whether it's peacetime or wartime, the cultural troops' thoughts are actually to protect the combat ability and cohesion of our army. Western armies are mostly offensive armies, while our army is defensive. Those who are good at defense hide under the 9 elements, while those who are good at offense move above the 9 heavens. The offensive army mainly goes straight to the enemy's hometown, while our army has been mainly guarding our hometown since the founding of our country. The art troop is an indispensable troop class at home. Without its existence, the life of the entire army will be overshadowed. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was watching the performance, smiled as he spoke to Yi Qian. It was as though he was an elder teaching the younger generation. Every word he said had a profound meaning behind it. Sometimes, when the commander-in-chief spoke softly, Yi Qian couldn't help but lean over to listen. Not everyone could be taught by the commander-in-chief, and even less everyone could be corrected by the commander-in-chief. Every time Yi Qian finished listening to an elder who was broad-minded, far-sighted, and had a strong military ideology, he felt that his thinking had improved again. From where Yi Ying was standing, she could clearly see the military chief and Yi Qian talking from time to time. She could also see Yi Qian's side profile listening seriously. Occasionally, she could even see the military chief nodding his head in agreement with her words. Every time she saw this, Yi Ying felt like her heart was on fire. She wanted to rush up to Yi Qian and scold him so that the military chief could see the true face of Yi Qian. You're really capable. You can even coax the military chief to nod his head. Good. I'll let you be proud for a while. Very soon, I'll make sure you won't be able to be proud anymore. The vicious gaze that burst out seemed to condense into a substance. The gaze was so strong and had a strong sense of existence that Yi Jian could not help but turn her head and catch it with her sharp eyes. It was too easy for Yi Qian to find Yi Ying. Everyone's eyes were focused on the stage. Only Yi Ying, who was sitting in the fourth row from the back, was staring at her. Chapter 2153. So it was Yi Ying. She finally figured out who was staring at her from behind. She didn't expect that Yi Jian, who dared to be distracted while accompanying the chief, would suddenly look over and see her accurately. Yi Ying was so flustered that she choked on her own saliva, but she didn't dare to cough. It was so uncomfortable that her cheeks turned red. In her panic, she looked away for less than a second. She suddenly realized that she looked very embarrassed and made Yi Qian laugh at her. She couldn't help but stare at him again. She tried to raise her aura, trying to force Yi Qian to panic with her gaze. Unfortunately, everything she did was a joke in Yi Jian's eyes. It only made the corners of Yi Jian's mouth curl up into a faint sneer before he withdrew his gaze in an unhurried manner. Her cold smile made Yi Ying so angry that she felt like her chest was about to explode. She clenched her teeth and squeezed out Yi Qian's name from between her teeth. Yi Qian. Just you wait. She grabbed her knees with both hands and dug her nails into them until they turned red. In the magnificent performance hall, the Beijing government troops' outstanding troupe presented a wonderful and morale-boosting performance. The applause from the audience told the troupe on the stage how successful their performance was. Madame Li looked at the time. It was 4:00 in the afternoon, less than an hour before the performance ended. She tidied up the things on her desk and said to her secretary, "I'm leaving early. If there's anything, feel free to contact me. Also, inform the R&D department to postpone tomorrow's morning meeting to the afternoon." She almost forgot that her daughter was going back to the army tomorrow morning. She promised to send her off. "Yes, Chairman." The secretary nodded and wrote down the time of the meeting in her notebook so that she wouldn't forget. A man in his 40s, who was dressed in a suit and leather shoes, came in. He was Madame Li's senior assistant. When she wasn't in the company, her assistant could handle many company matters for her. "Chairman Li, there's a package from Nan Province. The postal worker said that the sender needs to hand it to you as soon as possible. Do you want to?" Madame Li, who was rushing to the performance venue, picked up a black, low-key leather handbag and put on the coat handed to her by her secretary. She said calmly, "Take a look at what it is first, then call me. I have something to do, so I'm leaving early." "Yes, Mr. Li." The senior assistant handed the scarf to Mrs. Li. The secretary opened the office door, and he quickly pressed the elevator button. He didn't return to his office with the package until the elevator door was completely closed. When he arrived at his office, he opened the package and saw that it was a videotape instead of a document. It was inconvenient for him to watch it immediately, so he put it aside for the time being and dealt with the other work at hand. At 5:00 sharp, the performance ended on time. All the performing soldiers stood neatly on the stage. 6 representatives stood at the front and shook hands with the military leaders. After the various military leaders left, the soldiers in the hall also left in an orderly manner. The leaders of the military academy were instructing Yi Qian and the others to meet with Commander-in-Chief Xia alone. They had to be steady and calm even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of them. They were not to be timid and not to have any military bearing. After giving a few more instructions, the leaders of the military academy left with ease, chatting and laughing with the leaders of the other military academies. Yi Qian, on the other hand, was led by the guards to look for Commander-in-Chief Xia. Your University of Science and Technology has always been at the forefront of all the military schools. You're only in your first year and you're already so outstanding that you've even been summoned by the Commander-in-Chief. Another talent. Chapter 2154. No, you are flattering me. Come, let's talk outside, the leader replied with a smile. There were many talents in the National University of Science and Technology, and there were many students who had been summoned by the head. There was no need to make a fuss about it. Their school was like that, and so were the other schools. On the other hand, Yi Ying, who was walking out of the venue, wanted to look for Du Jie. She found an excuse to use the washroom and swiftly made her way to the backstage, only to bump into Du Jie, who was just about to leave. "Sis Jie, Didn't you say that you wanted to see Yi Qian's photo? She was sitting on the rostrum watching your spectacular performance, so you might not have noticed her. I'll bring you over to her right now. She was in a hurry to return to her unit, so she didn't notice that Du Jiayi was on the phone with Madame Li. Beside her was a guard sent by the Deputy Chief of Staff Du, and he would bring the two of them out of the venue through the passageway. When she saw Yi Ying, she immediately stuffed her bag into her hands and smiled at Madame Li. Speak of the devil. All right, that Ying you were talking about is right beside me. I'll bring her out right away. Hurry up. She still has to return to her unit. Madame Li hung up the phone with a smile. She turned to the Deputy Chief of Staff Du and said, Bring me to Old Xia. Shu Man has already returned to the country, but I haven't seen Old Six around. I'll have to ask him what's going on. It's understandable that he didn't go over previously. After all, he's been in the military for an entire year. I don't believe that Old Xia would be willing to leave his son in the military all year round, not even allowing him to accompany Master Xia and the old madam during the new year. Jiayi hasn't been back all year round. If Old Xia is stricter, it's not impossible for his son not to come back all year round. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du shook his head and replied with a smile. Just say a few words. Don't let Old Xia have anything against you. When has he not had anything against me? I'm still lacking his opinion. Madame Li raised her chin slightly. Her eyes, which had obvious fish lines at the corners of her eyes, looked quite arrogant. When she saw a colonel with 2 bars and 3 stars, she restrained her expression and put on a dignified smile. Old Zhong from the capital political group is here. I asked Ying to come out and talk to me. Ask him to come over. Among the few daughters-in-law that she liked, Yi Ying was the most satisfied. Her son, Li Yuan, was also satisfied. Since that was the case, he would nurture him first. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du did not interfere in the family's affairs. It was just a matter of saying a few words. Whether it was useful or not depended on the individuals fighting. On the other side, Du Jiayi confirmed that she and the Yi Qian mentioned by Yi Ying were the same person. Countless thoughts ran through her mind. Interesting. It was rare for cousins to fight to such an extent. However, she did not tell Yi Ying that she knew Yi Qian. Instead, she pretended to be serious and said, I will first mention your suspicions to my father, but you know the details. After I start, you can explain it to my father yourself. What did her mother see in Yi Ying? How could such a stupid thing even catch the eye of an elder like her? How could she get into the National University of Science and Technology by cheating? Did she think the military academy was a market? That anyone could get in? Du Jiayi looked down on Yi Ying even more. Yi Ying, who did not notice at all, was already jumping with joy. She could directly mention Yi Qian to the Deputy Chief of Staff Du. She would definitely mention it properly. Yi Qian. Bitch. Just you wait, I will make sure you die without a burial place. You will never be able to turn over a new leaf. Chapter 2155. Yi Ying's thoughts didn't escape Du Jiayi's sharp eyes. Du Jiayi, who liked to use others to do her dirty work, chuckled and said, Also, Regiment Commander Zhong from the capital's political group is here as well. Be on your guard later and don't say anything wrong. With this, Yi Ying's emotions were completely dispelled from Yi Qian's appearance. She couldn't control her excitement, and it appeared on her face in a moment of carelessness. Du Jiayi glanced at her disdainfully, and a hint of malice flashed across her eyes. She slowly said, Be more dignified. It's just meeting a regiment commander, what's there to be happy about? Just smile, don't embarrass my parents. Your sister is much calmer than you. She didn't have the slightest bit of stage fright when she sat beside the commander-in-chief. You should learn from her. Even though Du Jiayi knew that Yi Ying hated it when people compared her to Yi Qian, her intentions were clear. Yi Ying didn't understand her intentions. Instead, she hated Yi Qian even more. Why is it that no matter where I go, I have to hear people comparing me to Yi Qian? Why is everyone telling me to learn from Yi Qian? I'm clearly much more outstanding than Yi Qian. Yi Ying clenched her teeth and sighed softly. Indeed, she has always been bold. There's nothing she doesn't dare to do. I can't do it. I don't dare to do bad things, and I'm nervous when I encounter good things. She's a coward? Heh, I didn't see it. Du Jiayi scoffed coldly. It was hard to tell if Yi Ying had caught the deeper meaning behind her words, but her face stiffened for a moment before she replied awkwardly, "It's not that I'm a coward, I'm just a little nervous. I'll have to trouble Sis Jiayi to remind me later on." "There's no need for me to remind you. Just learn from your cousin, Yi Qian. There are so many good teaching materials out there, so why are you looking so far ahead?" Even if Du Jiayi was being sarcastic, she was still able to maintain her politeness. It would make others think that she didn't mean anything else, and that they were just overthinking things. Yi Ying's face stiffened to the point that she couldn't even maintain her smile. In order not to let Du Jiayi see her expression, Yi Ying chose to lower her head. "I can't get angry with Du Jiayi, and I can't be calculative with her. Madame Li's opinion." With her head lowered, she didn't notice that Du Jiayi's footsteps had suddenly stopped. She stared coldly at the side, who was approaching them. This was a Y-shaped passage. Both sides had to pass through the main passage to leave the venue. Yi Jian, who had seen the two earlier, kept a straight face and kept pace with the guards. She glanced at Du Jiayi indifferently and walked to the front first. Yi Jian was not surprised that Yi Ying was walking with Du Jiayi. What was there to be surprised about? Han Zhang had already said that Madame Li was very satisfied with Yi Ying and wanted her son to marry her. Du Jiayi straightened her back and looked at Yi Qian, who ignored her. Her expression changed. What an arrogant and conceited military academy student. She didn't even smile when she saw that he chose to ignore her. "Very well, I'll teach her a lesson later." Staring at the back of the person in front of her, she said in a low voice, "Why didn't you greet your cousin when you saw her?" Yi Ying didn't see Yi Qian from the front. When she looked up, she only saw the side of Yi Qian's face. It was calm, and filled with an aura that made her not dare to look directly at him. "She doesn't like me talking to her. Why should I be annoying?" Yi Ying said, trying to cover it up. She lowered her head even more. "Too despicable, too despicable. Both of you are too despicable. Yi Qian, Du Jiayi, there's no one more despicable than you." Chapter 2156. Yi Ying didn't dare to offend either of them and could only curse in her heart. She lowered her head and cursed in her heart with every step she took. She didn't want to run into Yi Qian at all. She didn't want Yi Qian to be standing not far away when she was talking to the Deputy Chief of Staff Du. Thinking of this, Yi Ying couldn't help but slow down. Du Jiayi was the opposite. She didn't like the two sisters. Discord? Great. Let them disgust each other. She could just stand aside and watch. She had to let Madame Li see her and let her know how hypocritical her daughter-in-law was. Her words were so disgusting that it made people vomit. Yi Ying wanted to leave a little later, but Du Jiayi didn't give her a chance. She urged, "Walk faster. Do you want my parents and Colonel Zhong to wait for you? My mother hates waiting for people. Don't make my mother angry." All the words were not as lethal as this sentence. Yi Ying could only grit her teeth and catch up. She couldn't worry about this and that. How could Yi Qian be next to her when she was talking? Her luck couldn't be that bad. If she was really next to her, she could just not say anything. That's right, it would be fine if she didn't say anything. What was she worried about? Instead of worrying about running into Yi Qian, it was better to coax Madame Li. She could only rely on Madame Li now. Yi Ying adjusted her mood and pursed her lips. She took a deep breath to relax her expression. She showed Madame Li's favorite obedient smile and walked out of the passageway. Outside, Madame Li smiled and said to Commander-in-Chief Xia, "Old Xia, let's sit together when you have time. Bring Yuan out. Don't force him to stay in the army all day long. Young people need to socialize occasionally. If he stays in the army all day long, he might find a daughter-in-law who is like a male soldier. Not everyone knew that Xia Jinyuan had joined the army, and it was impossible for them to know that he was of marriageable age. Colonel Zhong was one of them. He smiled and said, "Commander-in-Chief's son is of marriageable age? When the time comes, please remember to invite me to the wedding banquet. I'll remember it on behalf of Shirlai. When his son gets married, I'll give you a call if he forgets to inform you." Deputy Chief of Staff Du agreed with a smile. When they were outside, he would not let others see that he was not on good terms with Commander-in-Chief Xia. Instead, he would show that they were on good terms. Commander-in-Chief Xia naturally wouldn't let anyone see through him. He smiled and said, "As long as he's willing to get married soon, I'm happy to invite all of you over for a drink. Old Du, I didn't get to drink the first 2 cups of your wedding banquet. You must remember to inform me when the 3rd cup is held." When the Deputy Chief of Staff Du's eldest son and eldest daughter got married, the Du family did not invite Commander-in-Chief Xia at all. Now that this matter was brought up again, the Deputy Chief of Staff Du's smile became a little forced. What did old Xia mean? Was he blaming him? Commander-in-Chief Xia's meaning was obvious. The 2 families were not on good terms, so it was best not to interact with each other in public if possible, let alone say something that showed that the 2 families were close. Of course. You escaped the first 2 cups, so I won't let you escape the next 2 cups. Compared to socializing, Madame Li was much better at it. She calmly changed the topic into a joke. Colonel Zhong didn't talk much. When it was time to laugh, he would laugh. When it was time to speak, he would say a few words. The 2 people standing in front of him were not people he could casually interrupt, so he just listened carefully. Chapter 2157. The Xia and Du families were not on good terms, and Regiment Commander Zhong did not know the twists and turns of the story. He only thought that the 2 leaders were just teasing each other. Yi Qian did not disturb Commander-in-Chief Xia as he walked out. He even told the guards not to go over and to wait for a while. "Who are you waiting for? Do you need me to bring you over?" A crisp and polite voice came from behind him. Even without meeting the person, one could feel that the woman who spoke was very cultured. But Yi Qian, who had already met her, knew that her politeness was all a facade. When she spoke, it sounded like she was being polite, but in reality, every word was directed at her. If Yi Ying walked with Du Jiayi, even if she was betrayed, she would still count the money for the other party. He turned around and smiled at the northern beauty. "No need, thank you." "You really don't need it? Didn't you sit with Commander-in-Chief Xia before? Are you looking for Commander-in-Chief Xia? Yi Ying told me that you are cousins with her. I have a good relationship with Yi Ying. If you have any difficulties, tell me and I will help you solve them." After Du Jiayi finished speaking to Yi Qian, she decided to let the 2 of them bicker. She smiled at Yi Ying and said, "Just now, you said that you were afraid that your sister would not talk to you. Look, I already spoke up for you. You took the initiative to greet her. How could she ignore you?" She thought that the 2 of them had a good relationship, but it turned out that it was just that. Yi Ying's face was so stiff that she could not even smile. Du Jiayi acted as if she did not see it. In her previous life, she heard from Sun Dongqing that Yi Ying and her sister-in-law had an average relationship. Even though many things had changed in this life, their relationship was still average. Yi Qian had a playful look in his eyes. He did not plan to deal with the 2 of them. He smiled faintly and replied, "Yi Ying and I are not cousins. Miss Du, who does not know the situation, it is best that you do not meddle in other people's affairs. Yi Ying and I are not cousins, so our relationship is naturally average." "No, it is not average. It is very, very bad." Yi Zichen, who was smiling faintly, went straight to the point and talked about his real relationship with Yi Ying. He even called her Miss Du, and got what he wanted. Both of their faces changed. Yi Ying looked at Du Jiayi and then looked at Yi Qian. "Miss Du?" Du Jiayi didn't even introduce herself earlier, so how did Yi Qian know her surname? Unless the 2 of them already knew each other. Thinking that the 2 of them knew each other, Yi Ying's face turned cold. They clearly knew each other, but Du Jiayi did not mention a single word to him. What kind of intentions did she have? Du Jiayi's expression was ugly because she thought that Yi Ying had lied to her and said that she and Yi Qian were sisters. Because of Yi Qian's words, the two of them suspected that the other party had ulterior motives. Madame Li had already seen Du Jiayi. She signaled to another guard of the deputy chief of staff to bring her over. She smiled and said, "Commander Zhong, there is a new recruit in your regiment. I will have to trouble you to discipline her. I asked her to come over and greet you. Otherwise, she will not know that you are her commander when she sees you in the future." Commander-in-Chief Xia heard this and knew who the new recruit was. He smiled calmly and said, "Then I will leave first. I still have some matters to deal with." "Okay, I will call Schumann when I have time. You can bring Yuan out to have dinner with her. Schumann has already returned to settle down. You should let the mother and son see each other more often." Madame Li, who was almost at a disadvantage just now, even made a fool of Commander-in-Chief Xia in front of one of the commanders. "You want to embarrass the Du family? Xia Xinhui, do you dare to talk about your own family matters?" Chapter 2158. What was there to be afraid of? Commander-in-Chief Xia shook his head and sighed with a smile. "Try to persuade her. Our child has grown up and joined the military. As his father, I can't even see him once in a year. Tell her not to keep thinking about having our son come back to see her." Regiment Commander Zhong knew that the commander-in-chief had been divorced for many years. Although it sounded a little awkward, since the commander-in-chief had said it himself, there was nothing awkward about it. The smile on Madame Li's face faded. She didn't expect old Xia to talk about his personal matters in front of a regiment commander. As a mother, she didn't manage to turn the tables. As a daughter, she didn't manage to instigate a fight between the two of them. Du Jiayi's gaze turned cold and gloomy after being checkmated. She glanced at Yi Qian and lowered her gaze slightly. She assumed a condescending attitude and said with a half-smile, "No wonder I couldn't find any information about you. Turns out you're just a military school student. Military school students don't sit properly in the classroom. Instead, they run around. Yi Qian, be careful that you don't ever graduate." Her words were extremely vicious. She was implying that Yi Qian wouldn't even be able to keep his life when the time came. The guard had already walked over. Without waiting for Yi Qian's reply, she smirked arrogantly and intentionally brushed past Yi Qian's shoulder. Thinking about Du Jiayi's words, Yi Ying seemed to sense something unusual. When Du Jiayi was a few steps away, she lifted her chin and said softly with an arrogant expression, "Yi Qian, you want to fight with me? You'll die a horrible death. I'll be waiting, Yi Ying." Yi Qian smirked at Yi Ying, who had purposely stayed behind to humiliate herself. He stared at Yi Ying with his dark eyes and smiled meaningfully. "Let's see who will end up worse." Yi Ying's heart pounded. Her eyes widened and she blurted out angrily, "That box." She couldn't say it. What if it wasn't her? Dad said before that Yi Qian didn't have the ability to do it. If she said it, it would be the same as handing it over to her. She swallowed her words and glared at Yi Qian angrily. Then she hurried to catch up with Du Jiayi. Du Jiayi walked quickly with a gloomy face. Yi Qian didn't want to come over? The more she wanted her to come. She walked over and saluted Commander-in-Chief Xia and Regiment Commander Zhong, then said respectfully, "Commander-in-Chief, the cadet in front wants to come over but doesn't dare to. Do you want the guards to bring her over?" "Child, why are you always so enthusiastic? Do you think everyone is as daring as you?" Madame Li had already pretended to blame him, but with a smile on her face, everyone knew that she didn't mean it. In the presence of outsiders, Du Jiayi appeared very calm. She smiled appropriately and explained seriously, "Mom, you've misunderstood me. Ying told me that the cadet was her sister, so I went over to greet her. But..." She paused for a moment before saying something that made Ying panic, "But she said that she isn't Ying's sister, so I'm a little confused. Why don't you get Ying to call Yi Qian over and ask him? They're both surnamed Yi, and Ying is so obedient. She wouldn't say such things, right?" Madame Li didn't like messy relatives. She should have investigated all of Yi Jifan's relatives. Tomorrow, she would return to the company and instruct her subordinates to do so. She frowned and looked at Yi Ying. With a cold voice, she asked, "What's going on? Is she your sister or not?" She didn't want her daughter to embarrass herself in front of a military cadet. "Madam, she's my sister. I'm not lying to you." Yi Ying's tears came as she obediently looked at Madame Li. She quickly lowered her head and said uneasily, "I don't know why she said that she's not my sister in front of Sis Jie. She's clearly my sister. Commander-in-Chief, I'm not lying to you." Yi Ying wanted to say many bad things about Yi Qian, but under the Commander-in-Chief's intimidating gaze, she didn't dare to. Chapter 2159. Commander-in-Chief Xia's expression darkened. Yi Qian was their family Xia's daughter-in-law. With a future daughter-in-law like Yi Qian, Commander-in-Chief Xia viewed Yi Qian as inferior to any other girl. Even the calm and polite Du Jiayi was inferior to her. "If you don't even know, why did you say she's your sister? You can't even figure out your own affairs." Commander-in-Chief Xia was very protective of his own people. With just a few words, Yi Ying was sweating profusely. That wasn't all. He frowned and swept a glance at Yi Ying's shoulder, his voice deepened. "A recruit who just joined the army? You're actually a specially recruited recruit? Who recruited you? Didn't they investigate your family's relationship? Do you have a specially recruited recruit who you don't even know about?" No recruit could withstand the Commander-in-Chief's imposing military might. Yi Ying, who was already feeling guilty and scared, was so scared that her knees went weak and her face turned pale. "Sir, She's my sister, but I don't know why she said she's not my sister." Yi Ying, who was scared to tears, replied in a trembling voice. "I really don't know." Deputy Chief of Staff Du, who had been slapped in the face, also turned cold. He knew he shouldn't have casually brought people to him. Look, he made a fool of himself this time. No matter how obedient the daughter of a small official was, she didn't have much confidence. She wasn't like Jai, who was full of confidence. Even if she did something wrong, she could calmly accept it. She wouldn't cry easily and let others look down on her. Commander-in-Chief Xia was vaguely angry when he saw a recruit crying just like that. A specially recruited cultural soldier? Commander Zhong, you're a specially recruited cultural soldier whose specialty is crying, right? The Commander-in-Chief's anger couldn't be directed directly at a recruit. Since the leader of the recruit was present, he naturally had to ask the leader about it. Commander Zhong's head was about to explode. She wasn't specially recruited by the capital political group, but by the Deputy Chief of Staff Du. Fortunately, Commander-in-Chief Xia's anger quickly shifted to Deputy Chief of Staff Du. "She's the recruit that your wife said she wanted Commander Zhong to take care of, right? Why? Is she related to your Du family? That's strange. Since she's related to your Du family, don't you know if she has an elder sister?" At this time, even Madame Li did not have the right to speak, much less Du Jiayi, who was secretly clenching her fists. How could she have known that when she wanted to burn Yi Qian, she would burn her own family instead? "Father." How should I answer? What else could he say? The Deputy Chief of Staff Du sighed and replied, "Old Xia, calm down. This recruit is indeed related to my family. His father saved my son, yes. Shirlai, don't be angry. It's scary. She was specially recruited. She's quite talented. I've seen her before. She's amazing." With her husband's words, Madame Li chimed in. "This child is very obedient and has an affinity with me. She's very kind. Although she's a little timid, I can tell that she doesn't like to cause trouble." "Calm down. The recruit just entered the military and hasn't gotten used to it yet. After a period of training, she'll definitely be a qualified cultural soldier." Du Jiayi, who no longer wanted to speak up for Yi Ying, had to speak up now. "Commander-in-Chief, I also like to cry because I miss home when I first arrived." She didn't want to make things difficult for her parents because of Yi Ying, so she targeted Yi Ying. "Yi Ying, Didn't you just say that Yi Qian's grades used to be bad? Is it strange that he suddenly got into the military academy? Deputy Chief of Staff Du and Commander-in-Chief Xia are both here. Just say what you want to say. Chapter 2160. As soon as she said that, Commander-in-Chief Xia's face turned frosty. He swept a glance at Du Jiayi before his gaze landed on Yi Ying. He growled, "How dare you?" His imposing aura made everyone's expression change. Yi Ying, whose face was as white as a sheet, swayed and almost fainted. In front of Deputy Chief of Staff Du and Commander-in-Chief Xia. She directly said that she suspected Yi Qian of cheating in the military academy. Du Jiayi. Do you want her to die? At this moment, Yi Ying wanted to pounce on Du Jiayi and tear her mouth apart. Du Jiayi couldn't care less. How could a person who was slapped in the face by her parents deserve to bask in the glory of the Du family? Obedient? Docile? It was all fake. She had gotten into trouble before she even entered the Du family. Wouldn't it be even more chaotic after she entered the Du family? It was better to get rid of the root of the problem as soon as possible. She didn't want to continue lying to her mother. In terms of ruthlessness, Du Jiayi was dozens of times better than Yi Ying. Previously, she had wanted to slowly persuade Mrs. Li to give up, but after what happened just now, she immediately made up her mind to cut off Yi Ying's relationship with the Du family. Did she think that entering the military academy was child's play? Was the college entrance examination child's play? Could one get in by cheating? Pig brain. If it was child's play, who knew how many cadets in the country could get into the military academy by cheating? Du Jiayi, back off. Mrs. Li was angry. She had just said that she liked Yi Ying, but her daughter jumped out and said something indecent. Xia Xinhui didn't know what to say now. She said that she was blind. She said that she mistook fish eyes for pearls and that she was old and muddle-headed. The phone in the bag kept vibrating. Someone kept calling Mrs. Li, but because of Du Jiayi's random interruptions, Mrs. Li didn't have time to answer the phone. The assistant who called her was so anxious that beads of sweat were dripping down his forehead. He kept calling the driver to drive faster and faster. The driver glanced at the dashboard and stepped on the accelerator a little more. He was already going as fast as he could. If he went any faster, he would be driving at highway speed. The assistant, who had called several times but failed to get through, looked extremely anxious. He was so anxious that his sweat had already soaked his shirt collar. He had to find Director Li as soon as possible. He had already been delayed for more than an hour. If he didn't find Director Li as soon as possible, with her temper, even if he didn't die, he would be skinned alive. It was about the reputation of the Du family and the face of Mrs. Li. The anxious senior assistant began to beg in his heart. How could he have known that the main character of the videotape was actually Yi Ying, who had appeared at Miss Jiayi's birthday banquet yesterday? It would have been fine if it was just an ordinary person, but Chairman Li had to praise Miss Yi Ying for being obedient and sensible. She liked her very much, and her words and actions made people feel that Chairman Li treated Miss Yi Ying as her daughter-in-law. Now, the daughter-in-law whom Chairman Li thought to be obedient and sensible had such a messy private life. Wasn't this a huge slap to Chairman Li's face? At this moment, Mrs. Li really didn't know that her assistant was so anxious that he wished he could grow a pair of clairvoyant eyes and ears to report the situation to her. Looking at the stammering Yi Ying, Mrs. Li shot a glance at Du Jiayi, warning her not to cause any more trouble with her gaze. Then, she turned to Commander-in-Chief Xia and said, "Old Xia, Mom, your phone has been ringing for a long time. It must be something urgent. You should answer it first." Du Jiayi interrupted. She wanted to break Yi Ying's heart, so she wouldn't give up just because of her mother's gaze. Chapter 2161. Madame Li naturally knew that her phone had been vibrating. Hearing this, she quietly glared at her daughter. How dare she interrupt me? Does she want to be scolded? Madame Li, who still wanted to settle the matter at hand, took out her phone from her bag and said to Commander-in-Chief Xia, whose expression was so serious that the atmosphere seemed to be oppressive, "Old Xia, calm down first. I've interacted with Yi Ying a few times, and I know that she's not someone who speaks casually. Moreover, there's no smoke without fire. If that military school student is really innocent, how could there be rumors? Old Xia, since they're both here, why don't you ask them first? She looked at the caller ID and frowned slightly. It was a call from the company's assistant. Was there an emergency at the company at this time? She didn't pick it up immediately. Instead, she hung up and continued to smile at Commander-in-Chief Xia. The military school is the cradle for training the next generation of officers and leaders of the army. We can't be careless. Since someone said it, just ask, investigate, and find out what's going on. Isn't that enough? Commander-in-Chief Xia's personal phone also vibrated. He didn't need to guess who was calling at this time to know who it was. He nodded slightly at Madame Li, who was talking to him, and said calmly, "You talk first, I'll take a personal call." It was a call from Xia Jinyuan, asking when he could come to the hospital to visit him, a wounded soldier. "Your wife has something to do now. Wait for your father to deal with it before coming over." Commander-in-Chief Xia turned around and said calmly, "You can come over yourself." Yi Qian was their family, Xia's daughter-in-law and his daughter-in-law. Someone was spouting nonsense in front of him, so how could he let it go so easily? Xia Jinyuan got up from the bed after hearing the first sentence. He said coldly, "Where is the location?" "I'll come over now." Before the specific location was reported, he had already finished taking off his clothes. When the location was reported, he had already changed into the light green uniform issued by the army. It took less than 2 minutes to take off his clothes and get ready to leave. Commander-in-Chief Xia had just walked a few steps away to answer the phone when the phone rang again. Mrs. Li's face turned a little cold. When she hung up the phone, it meant that it was not convenient for her to pick up the phone. Why couldn't her assistant, who had always known her, wait for her for a while? Regiment Commander Zhong, who wanted to leave but couldn't, smiled and said, "Madam, you should answer the phone first. It's probably something urgent. Pick it up, pick it up. I have something to say to Commander Zhong." The Deputy Chief of Staff Du, who had nothing better to do, came to his wife's rescue. He made a "please" gesture to Regiment Commander Zhong and walked a few steps away to talk. Mrs. Li finally answered the 7th call, and the company's assistant breathed a sigh of relief. "Presently, something very troublesome has happened. Do you want to tell me over the phone or report it to you in person?" The anxious assistant had a high level of professionalism. No matter how anxious he was, he still spoke steadily. It was naturally inconvenient to talk over the phone. Mrs. Li looked at the phone and said calmly, "Come and report to me. I am now at 49 Renmin South Road. How long will it take for you to arrive?" Her smile made it impossible to tell what she had heard. She thought it was some trivial work report. The assistant knew that she was angry when he heard her voice, but what could he do? He smiled bitterly and answered seriously, "Okay, I'll be right there." Chapter 2162. Mrs. Li answered and ended the call in less than a minute. Seeing that Commander-in-Chief Xia was still talking, she signaled Du Jiayi to come closer and said, "Du Jiayi, I don't know what happened between you girls, but now, even if you have something to say, you have to hold it in for the time being. Don't talk. Let Ying talk." She had to solve Yi Ying's problem first. Otherwise, Xia Xinhui would see her as a joke. She praised Yi Ying for being sensible, well-behaved, and kind in front of Xia Xinhui, but in the end, her good daughter jumped out to undermine her. How could this be? Fortunately, although Xia Xinhui was rigid, he had always been very gentlemanly. As the commander-in-chief, he couldn't directly embarrass a recruit. Fortunately, he had such an identity. Even if he was really angry, he had to suppress it in order to not lose his composure as the commander-in-chief. Du Jiayi didn't listen to Mrs. Li's words. Her eyes moved slightly, and then she held her arm and said coquettishly, "Mom, we really have something to do. You and Dad talk to the commander-in-chief for a while, and I will say a few words to Ying." Seeing that Mrs. Li was about to scold her again, Du Jiayi quickly said, don't worry, I know what to do. You talk first, I will say a few words to Ying." "What do you know?" Mrs. Li didn't believe that Jai was a little strange today. She knew her daughter very well. She knew that no matter how much she hated someone, she would not embarrass them in front of them. So far, only Yi Ying could embarrass her daughter in front of them. Mrs. Li then said, "If you embarrass Ying Ying like you did just now, you will also embarrass me, do you hear me?" If she continued to embarrass Yi Ying, it would not be Yi Ying who would be embarrassed, but her. Du Jia, who was angry in her heart, didn't understand the meaning of Mrs. Li's words. Instead, she felt that her mother was always protecting outsiders she didn't like. Her mother, who had always been so powerful that even demons and ghosts didn't dare to do anything, still thought that Yi Ying was well behaved. In order to not let Yi Ying continue to lie to her family, she had to expose her true colors. With cold eyes, Du Jie pretended to be sad and sighed, "Mom, how can I make things difficult for Ying Ying? It's good enough that Ying Ying doesn't make things difficult for me." Du Jie knew exactly how Yi Ying felt. That was why she said that on purpose. "You're jealous of Yi Qian, and you don't have the ability to deal with Yi Qian. You actually thought of pushing Du Jie out. Do you really think I don't know what you're thinking? Yi Ying, oh Yi Ying, do you think Du Jie is a fool?" Yi Ying didn't know that Du Jie had seen through her thoughts. She wanted to build a good relationship with Du Jie and then talk bad about Yi Qian. She wanted to make Du Jie hate Yi Qian. When the time came, she would add fuel to the fire and use Du Jie as a knife in her hand. Wherever she wanted to stab Yi Qian, this knife would stab there. Unfortunately, even though she was smart, she couldn't compare to Du Jie, who could silently harm people in her teens. Not only did Yi Ying's intelligence drop, but she also couldn't compare to Du Jie when it came to using others to do her dirty work. Yi Ying wanted to use Du Jie as a tool. On the surface, Du Jie pretended not to know anything. But in reality, she saw everything and remembered it in her heart. Madame Li, who knew her daughter well, had a serious look in her eyes. Then, she sighed, "Jie, Ying Ying has her own difficulties. You're her elder sister, so you should bear more responsibility. All right, you two can go to the side and talk." Even though Madame Li nodded, Du Jie was still angry. Chapter 2163. How dare you protect such a small thing? When her true colors are exposed, let's see where you can hide your face. Du Jie was so angry that her face turned green. When she saw Yi Ying trembling all over, her mood improved a little. "How dare you use Du Jie as a tool? Yi Ying, oh Yi Ying, you're really looking for death. Since you have the guts, I'll play with you. Did you think that things would end so easily? No, it really didn't." Both sisters were so annoying. How could she miss such a big show? One was a hypocrite, the other liked to show off. They better not disappoint Du Jie during the performance later. Yi Ying, who was almost scared out of her wits by Commander-in-Chief Xia, kept her head down. She did not notice Du Jie approaching her until she suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder. She was so scared that she jerked her head up. She saw Du Jie's enlarged face looking at her with a gentle gaze. She heard her say softly, "Let's go, Ying Ying. Let's talk over there. Let my parents talk to the Commander-in-Chief first." Yi Ying was just about to leave. She thought that Du Jie was going to harm her. When she heard Du Jie's words, she quickly raised her hand to wipe away the tears on her face. She hurriedly nodded and said, "Okay." The more scared she was, the happier Du Jie was. After walking a few steps away, she stopped and said slowly, "Ying Ying, don't be nervous. Just tell him everything you know. We're not nervous. A straight foot is not afraid of a crooked shadow. I've already told him everything for you. Why are you still hiding it? It's better to tell him directly in front of the Commander-in-Chief than to tell my dad." In order to see both Yi Ying and Yi Qian hurt each other, Du Jie patiently baited Yi Ying step by step. The Commander-in-Chief has already summoned Yi Qian. You see, once the Commander-in-Chief finds out that Yi Qian cheated in the military academy, he'll definitely be furious. Yi Qian will definitely be severely punished. Don't you want to see her be severely punished? Of course, Yi Ying wanted to. This was something she wanted to see even in her dreams, but she did not dare. She didn't dare. Because everything she said was a lie, a lie. She only wanted to make Du Jiayi hate Yi Qian, then use Du Jiayi to get rid of Yi Qian. It was only because Du Jiayi hated Yi Qian that the Deputy Chief of Staff Du and Madame Li could help their daughter to make things difficult for Yi Qian. This was what she wanted. It was a complete mess now, a complete mess. If she continued, it wouldn't be Yi Qian who was unlucky, but her. Yi Ying, who was a little further away from Commander-in-Chief Xia, clenched her fists tightly. She couldn't panic, she couldn't panic. She had to stay calm. Right now, he had to get Du Jiayi to speak up. Only if she spoke up would he be able to get Madame Li's support. With Madame Li's support, everything would be easier. Yi Ying, whose heart was in a mess, couldn't calm down at all. The idea she came up with in her panic was also the stupidest one. Even though she knew that Du Jiayi was trying to harm her, she still placed her hopes on someone who was trying to harm her. Without Yi Jifan by her side, Yi Ying was truly foolish. Yi Ying raised her teary eyes and said softly, but, what should I say? Sis Jiayi, you have to help me. Didn't you say it so smoothly before? Why are you not doing it now? Heh, I really don't like a coward who hides in her shell after giving her a chance. Du Jiayi nearly couldn't conceal the disdain in her eyes. She quickly adjusted her expression and sighed, if you really don't dare to say it, fine, I'll do it. I really don't understand what's going on in your heart. Could it be that you really have some difficulties like what I said? Chapter 2164. Du Jiayi, who was able to silently frame her best friend when she was in her teens, was the best at deceiving people. She wanted to deceive Yi Ying, so she even pretended to be very sincere and looked as if she was thinking for Yi Ying. Or are you afraid that if you say it out loud, people will threaten you? Don't worry, my dad and Commander-in-Chief Xia are all here. Look, Regiment Commander Zhong of your Beijing government regiment is also here. What's there to be afraid of? Du Jiayi lured Yi Ying into a trap. How could Yi Ying not want Du Jiayi to fall for it? She bit her lower lip and said uneasily, it's not that I don't dare, it's just that, there are too many things going on with Yi Qian. I don't even know where to start. Also, I'm very nervous when I see Commander-in-Chief Xia. Now my mind is in a mess and I don't know what to say. Hearing this, Du Jiayi couldn't stop laughing in her heart. Nervous? She was clearly scared. How silly. Cheating in the military academy? Why didn't she say that she was hopelessly stupid? Who would believe her? Who would believe her? The National University of Science and Technology was a comprehensive university directly under the military commission. She dared to say that Yi Qian cheated in the military academy? Ha ha ha, even if she had a father who was the deputy chief of staff in the General Staff Department, she wouldn't dare to say such words. She was just the daughter of a small city's construction bureau chief. Where did she get the guts to say such words? Ignorant and ignorant. Ying, you're not nervous. You're actually scared. My parents are here. What are you afraid of? Du Jiayi slowly tempted her. At the same time, she purposely went along with Yi Ying's words. Look at you. You're not like this and you're not like that. Then what is it? My mom said that you're obedient and gentle. I think you're too obedient and gentle. What are you doing to yourself by hiding everything in your heart? Don't be nervous. I'll support you. This was exactly what Yi Ying wanted to hear. Yi Ying, who felt that she was in a hopeless situation, seemed to have grasped at a life-saving straw as her eyes lit up. Jiayi, as long as you tell Madame Li that the Deputy Chief of Staff Du also hates Yi Qian, it'll be fine. Later on, you have to support me no matter what I say. We'll persuade the Deputy Chief of Staff Du to investigate Yi Qian together. That's the only way. Sis Jiayi. That's the only way we can force Yi Qian out of the military academy and make sure that she never wears a military uniform again. Du Jiayi's eyes widened. Ha ha ha, what did she just hear? What did she hear? Oh my God. Did she hear the biggest joke in the world? A stupid thing telling a stupid joke? She was still thinking of using her as a tool. She was still so naive to think that as long as she said something, Du Jiayi would definitely help her. His unbelievable words made Du Jiayi laugh so hard that her stomach hurt. But this is quite interesting, isn't it? However, Du Jiayi didn't show any of it on her face. Instead, she frowned slightly and pretended to be considering Yi Ying's hopeful gaze. In the end, she finally nodded. All right, I'll cooperate with you. I don't like that cousin of yours either. This was the only thing she could say to Yi Ying. While the two of them were still discussing, Deputy Chief of Staff Du, who had asked Regiment Commander Zhong to leave first, turned to Commander-in-Chief Xia and said, "This isn't a big deal anyway. Forget it, old Xia. Take that cadet and leave first. We'll be leaving too. Old Xia, you're the Commander-in-Chief. You can't make things difficult for a recruit." Madame Li also wanted to end this as soon as possible. Standing here in the cold wind was already causing her head to hurt. Look at how the elder sister doesn't even acknowledge her younger sister. It's clear that she has a bad personality. As I said earlier, there's no smoke without fire. I believe that the cadet you've taken a liking to is a little immoral. She needs to be educated properly. Chapter 2165. If she hadn't said that, Commander-in-Chief Xia would have dismissed the matter with a wave of his hand. But with that sentence, Commander-in-Chief Xia's eyes turned cold. As a soldier, if you can't even control your own words and actions, how can you be a soldier? Go, get Yi Qian to come over and confront her face to face. This sentence was directed at the guard. Get Yi Qian to come over and confront her face to face? The intimidating voice traveled into Yi Ying's ears, causing her pupils to constrict. She abruptly raised her head and glared at Yi Qian, who was still some distance away from her. I can't let her come over. I definitely can't let her come over. I can't let her confront me. Yi Qian, that bitch, will definitely tell me everything that happened during the college entrance exam. She will definitely tell me everything. Looking at the guard's back as he left, Yi Ying really wanted to run over and stop the guard, but she didn't dare. She didn't dare. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? This is not how things are supposed to develop. It's not how things are supposed to develop. What should I do? What should I do? Dad, hurry and save me. Hurry and save me. She didn't want Yi Qian to come over. She also couldn't let Yi Qian come over. Yes, yes, yes. The only one who could help her was Du Jiayi. She was the only one. Clutching Du Jiayi's sleeve tightly, Yi Ying begged with tears in her eyes. She trembled as she said, Jiayi, please help me. I beg you, please help me. When Madame Li heard that they were going to confront her face to face, she was instantly displeased. Was Xia Xinhui not giving her an old do-any face? Fine, let's confront her then. When she was in the southern province, she had thoroughly investigated Yi Ying's character. There was nothing bad about her. Jiayi, bring Yi Ying over. The displeased Madame Li raised her voice. Yi Qian, who was afraid of confronting her, was so frightened that his vision turned black. No, no, no. She didn't want to go there, she didn't want to go there. Yi Ying knew very well what she had done. How would she dare to confront Yi Qian? Because she didn't dare, she wanted to use Du Jiayi to deal with Yi Qian. In contrast, Yi Qian was much calmer. She could vaguely sense that Commander-in-Chief Xia was a little displeased. When the guard came over, Yi Qian asked in a low voice, "What happened?" The Commander-in-Chief doesn't look too happy. Something unpleasant happened. Some people suspect that you didn't get into the military academy based on your abilities. The guard sped up his speech and told Yi Qian that he had seen Yi Qian before in the military compound. He also knew that this military academy student was the fiancé of the son of Commander-in-Chief Xia. Commander-in-Chief Xia was also very satisfied. He even joked with the guards and said that if they didn't train well in the future, his daughter-in-law would make them feel ashamed. Didn't he get into the military academy based on his abilities? Did Ying say that? If only the deputy chief of staff Du was present, she would still have the guts to say it. However, Commander-in-Chief Xia was also present. She even saw herself sitting side by side with Commander-in-Chief Xia. With Yi Ying's personality, she didn't have the guts to do so. In this case, it was very likely that Yi Ying wanted to use Du Jiayi as a tool. In the end, she was used as a tool by Du Jiayi because she wasn't skilled enough. The problem was a little serious. However, it wasn't Yi Qian who was the problem. It was Yi Ying who was facing a serious problem. What kind of person was Du Jiayi? She was a ruthless person who didn't even bat an eyelid when tricking her best friend. Yi Ying actually had the guts to use her as a tool. For a moment, Yi Qian sympathized with the fearless Yi Ying. Yi Ying, who thought that she hadn't caused enough trouble, was really digging her own grave. Chapter 2166. Yi Qian walked over step by step. Yi Ying, who was staring at him, was so shocked and scared that her calves were cramping. Yi Ying, whose face was pale, wanted to run away. She really wanted to leave this place. Du Jiayi, who seemed to have sensed Yi Ying's intention to escape, smiled brightly and hugged her shoulders tightly. Come, let's go over. My parents and I are here. You can say whatever you want. When the two of them got closer, Madame Li tugged at Du Jiayi and stood between the two of them. It was not hard to see that she was protecting Yi Ying. Seeing this, Du Jiayi was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Du Jiayi saw Yi Qian walking over from the corner of her eye. She lifted her chin and quickly adjusted her expression, revealing the arrogance she had when she first met Yi Qian. Yi Qian, who was much closer, could not only sense Commander-in-Chief Xia's displeasure, but also see that his expression was very serious. It was her fault for making the Commander-in-Chief worry about her. The closer Yi Qian got, the paler Yi Ying's face became. In the end, even her lips were pale. Look at her. She's so cool. She looks more like a soldier than a male soldier. Ying Ying, Ying Ying, it's normal that you don't like her. I don't like her either. If we kick her out of the military academy and out of the army today, wouldn't that be a good ending? Du Jiayi took advantage of Madame Li's attention to Yi Qian to take a step back and stand silently beside Yi Ying. She spoke slowly and softly, drawing out Yi Ying's deepest jealousy towards Yi Qian. That's right, she was right. If they could kick this bastard Yi Qian out of the military academy and out of the army today, it would definitely be a good ending. Yi Ying's eyes were a little crazy. She wanted to stand up and expose Yi Qian's true colors. She had to stand up. Yi Qian, who didn't even look at her, walked over, stood at attention, and saluted her in a standard military salute. Before he could speak, Commander-in-Chief Xia spoke first. The Commander-in-Chief's authority was very strong. When he spoke, Yi Ying shivered and suddenly came to her senses. He then said to the Deputy Chief of Staff Du, Old Du, since this recruit's father is the daughter of your eldest son Savior, even if I don't give face to the monk, I still have to give face to the Buddha. It's not convenient for me to say anything more. This military school student from the National University of Science and Technology was the top scorer in science last year. He was also the top student in overall physical fitness last semester. Her performance in school was outstanding, and the military academy was full of praises for her. When Xiaoye was in junior high school, she represented our country to participate in the Olympic Games in Australia and won the individual gold medal. An outstanding military school student was framed by a soldier. This matter can't be casually forgotten. As a soldier, you have to be responsible for your own words. If you have any questions now, ask Yi Qian, and then ask this recruit properly. The top scorer in science in the country, the gold medal in the Olympic Games when she was in junior high school, and the top scorer in overall physical fitness last semester. Just these three were enough to make people raise their eyebrows. At this moment, Yi Ying was most afraid of two things. 1. Confronting Yi Qian. 2. Yi Qian explaining what happened in the past. No matter which one it was, she would be the unlucky one in the end. She couldn't let the deputy chief of staff do ask Yi Qian personally. She would definitely tell him everything that happened in the past. Yi Ying looked at Du Jiayi for help. Du Jiayi directly ignored her. Idiot, did she really think that she would help her? Madame Li's gaze had already begun to carefully size up Yi Qian. Taking down 3 very valuable first places was indeed impressive. Chapter 2167. She was not bad looking either. Her eyes were clear like the moon. What was even rarer was the look in her eyes. She had a sense of trust that made people believe her at first glance. Needless to say, she had the valiance of a female soldier and the perseverance of a male soldier. Standing in front of her, she was like a pine tree standing at the top of a mountain, accompanied by the blue moon. She was so straight that she reached the clouds. This female soldier was quite impressive. However, her eyes were too bright and her brows were cold and sharp. She did not look gentle or obedient enough. This was something that Mrs. Li did not like. After sizing up Yi Qian, Mrs. Li looked at Yi Ying beside her. She lowered her head and looked at Yi Ying submissively. Although Jiayi had forced her into a corner, she did not argue with Jiayi. She was more likable when she was gentle and weak. However, the expression on Yi Ying's face. Mrs. Li's gaze turned cold. If she still did not understand what was going on, she would have lived for decades in vain. However, she had just praised Yi Ying and argued with old Xia. She could not possibly turn around and blame Yi Ying now. That would be slapping her own face. She smiled and said, 2 flowers bloom, each showing their own branch. No wonder you are both so slim and graceful. So you are cousins. Yi Ying, your sister is admitted into the military academy. Now that you have joined the capital political group, it's time for you to stop being a little girl. Do you understand? Suspecting a military academy student of cheating to get into the military academy was indeed a serious matter. However, it could also be described as a little girl's jealousy. Mrs. Li, who did not want things to get worse, warned Yi Ying with a smile. At the same time, she protected Yi Ying. Yi Ying did not answer immediately. She thought of what Du Jiayi had said. She was too tempted. She wanted to tell the commander-in-chief that Yi Qian was not that capable. She really wanted to say, the words were already at the tip of her tongue. However, Mrs. Li's gaze made her heart turn cold. No, Mrs. Li was already angry. If she did not listen to her, she would be in trouble. Yi Ying nodded as if she had been wronged. Her voice choked as she said, I will remember. In the future. I will not dare to do it again. It was, I won't dare to do it again in the future, not, I won't do it again in the future. The difference of one word was 1,000 miles. It was obvious how unwilling Yi Ying was to answer. Before Madame Li, whose face had turned slightly cold, could say anything, Du Jiayi said with a faint smile, You don't dare? It seems that someone really has a problem. You don't dare to do it because you are threatened. Yi Ying, you were talking nicely to me just now, and now you have another excuse. Are you kidding me, Du Jiayi? Shut up. This time, even the deputy chief of staff Du's face darkened. He looked at his aggressive daughter seriously and said, What are you doing? Du Jiayi smiled. Dad, I'm really not messing around. Yesterday, Yi Ying said that there were many problems with her sister. She even asked me to mention it to you. With a quivering voice, Yi Ying interrupted her. Sis Jiayi, I beg of you, please don't say any more. I know that I was wrong. Jiayi, take note of your image. Madame Li turned around. This time, her warning tone was much deeper than before. There was a clear hint of anger in her voice. Everything needs to be backed up with evidence. Without any evidence, what's the use of just saying it? Du Jiayi saw Madame Li's protectiveness of Yi Ying, and it made her even more furious. Even in this state, my mother is still protecting her. If I don't tear down that fake face of hers, my surname won't be Du. However, if I force Yi Ying to come out, I will only infuriate my mother. It's not worth it to infuriate my mother over a mere Yi Ying. Fine, since I can't force Ying to come out, I'll have a good talk with Yi Qian. Chapter 2168. Du Jie closed in and looked at Yi Qian. Yi Qian, aren't you going to say something? Could it be that your results are just like what your sister said? They're all fake? How could they be fake? Deputy Chief of Staff Du reprimanded her with a frown. Du Jie, I'm ordering you to leave now. Do you hear me? Dad, why are you being so fierce with me? I didn't say it. Yi Ying said it herself. Du Jie was dissatisfied and retorted softly. She felt wronged too. Du Jie, I'm very disappointed in your behavior today. Deputy Chief of Staff Du couldn't bear to scold his daughter and smiled at Yi Qian. You're Xiao Yi from the National University of Science and Technology, right? Not bad, not bad. It's quite impressive that you got 3 first places. You don't have to explain. I believe you. That's all nonsense. I won't believe it. Don't be affected by it. When you stood in front of me just now, I felt the aura a soldier should have. Cold and mighty. Just based on your aura, I believe you. Yi Qian replied calmly, thank you for your trust, Chief. I have a clear conscience and there's nothing fake about it. If anyone doesn't believe me, I hope they can investigate me at any time. The Commander-in-Chief also said that as a soldier, should be responsible for my words. Chief, may I know who said that I cheated in the college entrance exam? No one said it. No one said it. It's a misunderstanding. Deputy Chief of Staff Du and his wife, Madam Li, both wanted to keep the peace and didn't want to say more. The cheating was pure nonsense. He had to reprimand his daughter when he got back. Yi Qian glanced at the pale Yi Ying from the corner of his eyes and said, Chief, it's best if you investigate. I'm open to any investigation. As for the recruit beside you, I'm indeed not her sister. If I were her sister, I wouldn't have escaped from her house that year. The people around me didn't believe what she said because everyone knew that she was full of lies. Yi Ying, who was already indignant, flew into a rage. Yi Qian, you're the one who's full of lies. When it came to Yi Qian, she would always lose her rationality very quickly. She did not even notice that Madame Li's face had darkened. She said loudly, your father and my father are brothers, and my mother and your mother are biological sisters. Why aren't you and I sisters? That's not right. Didn't your parents divorce this morning? Also, your mother personally told me that my mother is not her elder sister, and I am not your elder sister. These words were also said by you. Why don't you dare to say it in front of the 2 chiefs today? Madam Li didn't listen to anything else. She heard the word divorce. Director Yi divorced his wife? Or this morning? How could she not know? At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit and a black coat strode over. When he saw Mrs. Li, he was overjoyed and rushed over. Yi Ying, your parents got divorced this morning? What's going on? Madam Li, who felt that she had been lied to, turned cold. Don't tell me you don't know. Sorry to interrupt, Director Li. I have something very urgent to report to you. The assistant risked being scolded and interrupted. He really couldn't wait a second longer. As he spoke, he even glanced at Yi Ying. Yi Ying, who was at a loss for what to do after being questioned by Madam Li, heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that Madam Li did not notice anything strange. The appearance of Tai Chi gave her a chance to think about how to answer Madam Li. Chapter 2169. Mrs. Li's face darkened because of her assistant's carelessness, but she did not lose her temper on the spot. This assistant of hers had never been so rash before. Other than that time when De Air was almost stabbed, he had never been so rash before. Thinking of this, Mrs. Li's heart skipped a beat. Did something happen to her eldest son again? What happened? Tell me. She said sternly. The assistant glanced at Yi Ying again and said softly, Director Li, it's more convenient for us to talk over there. Deputy Chief of Staff Du was also surprised by the news from Yi Qian. Director Yi divorced his wife? How was that possible? When they had dinner the night before, he was talking about how his wife did not accompany him to the capital because of health reasons. How did they suddenly get divorced? He did not know, and neither did his wife. Knowing his wife's temper, he quickly said, "Qinglan, we are talking about the army now. It's not convenient for you to listen. Go with Yilin to deal with the company's affairs first." "Okay." Mrs. Li nodded with a sullen face. When she looked at Yi Ying, she was a little cold. "Yi Ying, come back later. I have something to ask you." Yi Ying's chest heaved up and down. She tried hard to calm herself down and nodded obediently. "Okay, you deal with your affairs first. I'll wait for you." She was afraid that Mrs. Li would say something she was afraid of, so she nervously added, "You don't know, Yi Qian loved to set me up since I was a child. He always pushed the blame to me when he did something wrong. Think about it, a person who even dared to cheat in the college entrance examination. What else does she not dare to do?" In order to make Mrs. Li believe her, Yi Ying did not know that her words had made Commander-in-Chief Xia's impression of her even worse. She was full of nonsense and immoral. He should have stopped such a person from joining the army at that time. Very well, she would wear the uniform today and be kicked out of the army tonight. Commander-in-Chief Xia turned his head and whispered to the guard beside him. "You really don't know?" Mrs. Li asked again with a sharp look. "Yi Ying, I want to hear the truth." Yi Ying shook her head firmly and replied gently as usual, "Madam, I don't dare to lie to you. I really don't know anything." As she spoke, tears came out again. "You know me. How can I lie to you? I'll call my mom right now. I'll call her right now." After staring at her for a while, Mrs. Li's face finally softened a little. She nodded and said, "Okay, I'll believe you this time. Call him now and ask what's going on." The senior assistant, who was waiting by the side, secretly gave Yi Ying a "take care of yourself" look and respectfully followed Mrs. Li a few meters away. Just as she turned around, the frightened Yi Ying couldn't help but close her eyes and raise her hand to her chest to calm herself down. Fortunately, the middle-aged man appeared in time. Otherwise, she really didn't know how to answer. She knew that her luck wouldn't be bad. She was so nervous that she didn't know what to do, but someone immediately appeared to help her out. After taking several deep breaths in a row, Yi Ying's heart, which was beating wildly because of Mrs. Li's questioning, finally calmed down a little. Du Jiayi, who was surprised by the sudden good news, saw that Yi Ying hadn't made a phone call yet. She said coldly, "Yi Ying, why don't you call and ask? Is what your sister said true?" Yi Ying, who still had her eyes closed, suddenly heard her voice. She was so scared that she quickly opened her eyes and felt in her pocket. After a while, she remembered that she had given her mobile phone to the army. Chapter 2170. Use mine. Du Jiayi handed over the phone and said coldly, "I'll watch you dial." She really hoped that they would get a divorce. That way, she would never see Yi Ying's hypocritical and pretentious face at home again. Yi Ying, Mrs. Li would never choose a girl from a divorced family as her daughter-in-law. Yi Ying, who had been in a passive position, could only take the phone and dial Sun Dongqing's number with trembling hands. However, it was not Sun Dongqing's current number, but her old number, which was turned off when she could not get through. She was crying, but her brain was working fast. Find an excuse that the divorce was caused by her father's mistake. Find an excuse that her mother made a mistake. No, this excuse would only make his parents look ugly. Broken up? This excuse would work. She could totally explain that her parents' relationship with her husband had broken up long ago, but they delayed the divorce so that she could grow up healthily. She could also say that her parents saw that Mrs. Li was taking good care of her and felt that it was time to tell her the truth, so they flew back to Nan province without telling her and went through the divorce procedures with ease. She did not know that her parents were divorced. She did not hear anything about it before. If Yi Qian had not told her, she would not have known that her parents were divorced. She could not make the call now. In front of the Deputy Chief of Staff Du and Commander-in-Chief Xia, she had to say that Yi Qian was jealous of her joining the army and deliberately said that to make her sad. Thinking that she could embarrass Yi Qian again, Yi Ying could not help but smile slightly. Nothing could be difficult for her. Yi Qian, do you think you can embarrass me like this? Bah, dream on. Yi Ying, who was happy in her heart, lowered her head and dialed the number again and again. However, she did not see the change in Mrs. Li's expression when she heard the assistant's first sentence. He Lin, do you know what you are saying? Mrs. Li said sternly. Director Li, how can I not know? The senior assistant, He Lin, smiled bitterly. He was taller than Mrs. Li. In order to show his respect, he bent his back slightly. I've seen the content. Miss Ye's private life is very messy. As a middle-aged man, I am embarrassed to say the pictures in it. If you see it, you'll only get angrier. Madame Li never thought that Yi Ying, whom she had picked out of thousands of people and praised every time she met, turned out to be such a person. She didn't believe it, but He Lin was loyal to her and had worked for her for 16 years. She believed that He Lin wouldn't lie to her. She tightened her grip on the black handbag and asked in a deep voice, what kind of chaos? If she only had one boyfriend, she could still accept it. This. He Lin was still a little embarrassed. When Madame Li's cold gaze swept over him, he lowered his head and said some things. Both men and women were together. Miss Yi Ying had two men on her left and right. From the bar to the car. Staying out all night, staying in a room. There were also many used condoms on the ground. Madame Li was already fuming with anger after she picked out a few scenes. There was a ball of fire burning in her chest, burning her dignified face to the point of distorting. He Lin, who had to bear the brunt of his anger, bent his back even lower and answered in a softer voice, other than you and I, no one else in the company knows. But, knowing that she was furious, he couldn't help but speak more carefully. But since someone sent it over, I'm afraid, he was afraid that someone wanted to see the Li family make a fool of themselves and would release the contents of the videotape. That was why he was so anxious. Chapter 2171. Madame Li understood his unfinished words. She was so angry that her breathing became rough and rapid. Good. She didn't expect that she, Li Qinglan, would be tricked by a bitch. Do a few things for me now. First, find out who sent it. Second, Madame Li, who cared about her reputation, would not let herself be passive. The most important thing now was to deal with the matter that might affect her reputation. Madame Li was very angry. Yi Qian, who was looking at her out of the corner of his eye, calmly withdrew his gaze. The company's assistant did appear just in time. Yi Qian saw the small thing wrapped in newspaper in his hand, and noticed that the assistant glanced at Yi Qian twice when he was talking to Madame Li. Yi Qian, who had vaguely guessed something, slightly raised the corner of his mouth. It seemed that the assistant hurriedly came to find Madame Li because of the small thing wrapped in newspaper. Madame Li was so protective of Yi Ying just now. She would probably make things difficult for Yi Ying later. Be well-behaved, obedient, and follow the rules. It turned out that Yi Ying in her previous life had relied on her superb performance to catch Madame Li's eye and marry into the Du family. In this life, she was afraid that she would disappoint her. Yi Ying, let's settle the grudge between us for 2 lifetimes today. Yi Jian's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. Even the smile at the corner of his mouth was faintly cold. She had to ask Commander-in-Chief Xia to leave first. Commander-in-Chief Xia's identity was a personal matter, so it was not suitable for him to stay. She didn't want to implicate him and cause the Deputy Chief of Staff Du, who was already at odds with the family Xia, to ridicule Commander-in-Chief Xia. And Yi Ying, if she lost all her rationality, she would dare to say anything as if she had grown guts all over her body. Just now when she walked up to Commander-in-Chief Xia, Yi Ying's secretly hateful gaze seemed to be vaguely accusing Yi Qian of taking advantage of the situation to bully her. She didn't want to hear similar words because of her personal affairs and implicate Commander-in-Chief Xia. In his previous life, Yi Qian was used to being cautious. But in this life, he still took 1 step and thought 3 steps ahead. He would first think of all the possible scenarios that might happen, and then make plans in advance. She didn't want to implicate Commander-in-Chief Xia because of her personal affairs, so she planned to persuade Commander-in-Chief Xia to leave first. No matter how she persuaded him, she had to think of a way. Yi Qian saw Madame Li stop a few meters away. Yi Qian looked at the Commander-in-Chief, who had a serious expression and was standing in the cold wind, and said, "Commander-in-Chief, Yi Ying came to pick on me. I have to make her unhappy too. You can go back to the car first. I want to deal with some personal matters first. I'll deal with the rest later." Commander-in-Chief Xia was waiting for Yi Qian to explain to him. He was a little surprised that Yi Qian suddenly mentioned Yi Zhifan and his wife's divorce. It was a little inappropriate. Now that he had heard her explanation, especially when he saw her take a look at old Du's wife and tell him that she had to deal with her personal matters first before coming back to deal with other matters later, he understood what Yi Jian meant after giving it some thought. Dealing with her personal matters first was something that could only be done in front of Madame Li. It was indeed inconvenient for him to stay behind to deal with her personal matters. Moreover, this recruit was crying and making a fuss. If he stayed behind, he would only listen to some nonsense. But if he were to leave, he would definitely take old Du with him. Commander-in-Chief Xia then said to Deputy Chief of Staff Du, "Old Du, let's go back to the car first. They have to deal with their personal matters. It's not convenient for us to stand aside with our identities. We'll bring the recruit and Yi Qian back to the military after we've dealt with our personal matters." Your wife is right. Since the two of them are here, we can talk about it clearly in person and investigate thoroughly. Whoever is in the wrong must be punished. Chapter 2172. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du looked at his wife's back and felt that she could not hide her anger after hearing Assistant He Lin's words. He said without hesitation, "Okay. Also, the leaders of the military academy are here. Call them all to the military headquarters. Get the files of the military academy students and recruit Yi Ying's files. We'll decide the severity of the punishment based on the severity of the mistake." He then instructed Du Jiai, "You stay with your mother. Don't get involved in personal matters. Do you hear me? I know even if you don't tell me. Don't worry." Du Jiai nodded with a serious expression. "I'll stay with Ying Ying first. I'll go home with my mother later." She didn't want to go home now even if they asked her to. "Okay." The Deputy Chief of Staff Du nodded and left a guard behind just like Commander-in-Chief Xia did. He then walked towards the garage. Du Jiai sighed as she watched her father leave. Sigh, what a pity. If Yi Ying had made the call just now, it would have been more exciting. Too bad she didn't. Although she wanted her father to stay with Commander-in-Chief Xia so that she could see Yi Ying and Yi Qian's true colors, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. She was already being aggressive just now. It wouldn't be appropriate for her to interrupt. Moreover, the two of them had to go back to the military headquarters later. They would definitely quarrel again. The more they quarreled, the worse their impression of them would be. She decided not to join in the fun. Although it was a pity that she couldn't go to the military headquarters to watch them quarrel, it would be interesting if the two sisters quarreled in front of her. After the two big shots left, Du Jiai began to sow discord. She gently tugged at the corner of Yi Ying's shirt and said worriedly, "It'll be troublesome if your parents really get a divorce. My mother won't choose a girl from a divorced family to marry into the Du family. Ying Ying, are uncle and auntie really getting a divorce? How did Yi Qian find out? Did Yi Qian say it on purpose because he saw that my mother likes you? Would Mrs. Li choose a girl from a divorced family as her daughter-in-law?" Yi Ying, who had waited for the two leaders to leave with great difficulty, felt as if she had been struck by lightning when she heard the news. She was dumbfounded. After a while, Yi Ying came back to her senses and replied in horror. "I really didn't know that my parents were divorced. That's not right. How could my parents be divorced?" She muttered. She quickly adjusted her expression so that others would think that she was shocked by Yi Qian's words, not by Du Jiai's. After muttering a few words, she suddenly turned her head towards Yi Qian. Xing widened her eyes and cried, "Yi Qian, what are you trying to do?" My parents are fine. Why are you cursing them to get a divorce? God, luckily I didn't call my mother's other number just now. The god of luck is standing by my side again. Ying, don't cry. Let's talk nicely. Du Jia saw that the two people she disliked had finally met. She smiled in her heart and held Yi Ying's arm. She frowned and comforted her. How could Yi Qian know something that you don't even know? She must be lying. Don't be fooled. As she spoke, Du Jia secretly cast a contemptuous look at Yi Qian. Her elder sister was like this, and her younger sister was also like this. There really wasn't anyone in the Yi family who was worthy of being seen in public. With an idea in mind, and seeing that Du Jia was on her side, Yi Ying was suddenly emboldened. Yi Qian, you're too much. How could my parents get a divorce? You can't stop me from joining the army, so you're starting to play other tricks. Yi Qian, you're also a soldier. Don't do things that we all look down on. Chapter 2173. Don't think that you're so great just because you're in Beijing. Don't even think about defeating me. I, Yi Ying, won't be defeated so easily. Yi Ying said a lot of things that she thought would scare Yi Qian. However, Du Jia, who had been waiting for a good show, was disappointed. She thought that she would say something fierce, but in the end, all she said were words without any skill. What can't stop her from joining the army? Isn't that nonsense? How can Yi Qian stop her from joining the army? Do something that people look down on? Is saying that your parents are divorced something that people look down on? Play other tricks? Oh my God, Yi Ying, no wonder you can't win against Yi Qian. You can't even take down a 3-year-old child with your words. Why didn't she think about why Yi Qian suddenly brought up her parents' divorce? Why did Yi Qian suddenly bring up Yi Zhifan and his wife's divorce? Of course, Yi Qian had something to do with it. She wanted to expose Yi Ying's stupidity in front of Madame Li so that Madame Li could see clearly what kind of person her well-behaved, obedient, and gentle daughter-in-law was. It couldn't be helped. She couldn't meet Madame Li often. Now that they met, they could talk about private matters first and talk about official matters later. Luckily, the commander-in-chief understood her intentions immediately. When he left, he took the deputy chief of staff Du with him. Yi Ying wanted to ask the two chiefs to leave first. She also had the same thought. Commander-in-Chief Xia got into the car and called Xia Jinyuan. I'm going back to the military academy now. Your wife is still at Renmin South Road. Let's settle her personal matters first before bringing her back to the military to settle other matters. I only left one guard with her. Hurry over there as soon as possible, in case your wife gets bullied and her boyfriend isn't there yet. Yi Qian was very calm when dealing with matters and had a certain level of order. All he had to do was cooperate with him. However, old Du's wife was not someone to be trifled with. She was a little worried about leaving Yi Qian alone to face him. Xia Jinyuan did not drive the car himself. Instead, the guard in charge of guarding him drove the car. He looked ahead with a cold gaze and said calmly, about 10 more minutes. Drive safely. Since it will take about 10 minutes to get here, it means that the party hasn't ended yet. Commander-in-Chief Xia calmed down a little and then hung up the phone. When the car turned a corner, Commander-in-Chief Xia glanced outside and saw Mrs. Li taking a black object from her assistant. From a distance, he could only see that it was a small rectangular object. Commander-in-Chief Xia could tell what it was. He also had such a small thing in his office. As soon as Xiao Yi said that she had to settle her personal matters first, the videotape was brought to Mrs. Li. If the assistant was not loyal to Mrs. Li, he would have thought that the sudden appearance of the assistant was arranged by Yi Qian in advance and came at the right time. Deputy Chief of Staff Du also saw his wife take the things from the assistant. Her action of taking the things was so big that he could feel the anger in her body. Then, he saw her angrily walking towards her daughter. Her strides were quite large and she did not have her usual elegance at all. She took a few steps forward and rushed forward. Stop the car. Deputy Chief of Staff Du, who had never seen his wife lose her composure outside, realized that something was wrong. The guard had just stopped the car and hurriedly got out of the car and strode over. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was driving the car in front, glanced at it and did not ask the guard to stop the car. He just got into the car and left. Chapter 2174. Now, it was not only Xiao Ye's personal matter, but also the Du family's family matter. He had also seen Yi Jifan before. This person had a calm temperament and was not impetuous. How could he raise such an inexperienced daughter who could not even step on the ground? Old Du was so angry that even old Du himself was afraid. How could a little girl who was full of lies face him? Commander-in-Chief Xia, who closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, was not worried about Yi Ying. He had wanted to return her to her original place of birth. Who knew that in order to please old Du's wife, she would not hesitate to step on others' shoulders to help herself? This kind of person was not worthy of sympathy. Today, she had walked the path herself. What kind of ending would be caused by herself? Adults should be responsible for their own actions. The car quickly drove away from Renmin South Road. Night had fallen, and the street lights were instantly lit up, embellishing the already dark sky. Madame Li's face was not lit up by the street lights. Instead, her face looked gloomy in the yellow light, and her eyes reflected the light as sharp as arrows. Good. 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 She, who prided herself on knowing people's true colors, was actually fooled by a 20-year-old bitch. She even asked her to introduce her everywhere and praised her for being well-behaved and well-behaved. In the end, she was deceived by a bitch. Madame Li, whose face was full of anger, walked straight towards Yi Ying. Her eyes were only fixed on Yi Ying's sweet and beautiful face. She was deceived by this gentle face. Good. 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 Very good. She, Li Qinglan, had lived for decades and had never been deceived. In her old age, she was actually deceived by a bitch. Very good. Seeing that she was usually gentle, she treated her like a fool and deceived her. Today, she would make her regret being a human in this life. Li. Madame Li, what's wrong with you? Yi Ying, who was stared at by her, swallowed her saliva in fear. She stammered and stepped back. Madame Li was too scary. Her eyes were too scary, like an arrow that could nail her to death and fix her, full of sharpness that made her afraid. Du Jiayi was shocked. It was the first time she had seen her mother so angry. Mom. Just as she opened her mouth, Madame Li walked past her and stopped in front of Yi Ying. She stared at Yi Ying and asked calmly, Yi Ying, tell me about Yi Jian. He wanted to see how she was going to deceive him this time. At this time, Du Jiayi, who knew very well who Mrs. Li was angry about, had a happy look on her face. She adjusted herself in an instant and encouraged Yi Ying softly. Ying, tell me quickly. My mother has promised to help you. Yi Ying was no match for Madame Li. With Madame Li's urging, she started crying again before she could even open her mouth. Madam, you don't know how bad Yi Qian is. She always set me up in junior high, trying to make me hated by my classmates. During the middle school exams, Yi Qian didn't get into a good school. She was so shameless that she didn't even study in senior high before she started working. But I don't know what happened, but she suddenly appeared in my school in senior high. Madam, you don't know how evil Yi Qian is. In order to drive me out of the provincial number 1 middle school, no matter what I did, she would come out to make trouble. In the end, she pretended to be pitiful and framed me. My father is a government official, and he pitted her for not having parents. He asked me to swallow my anger and help her. Madam, I've tolerated it. I've tolerated it all. But in the end, she still won't let me go. Madam, I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. Chapter 2175. She said a lot of lies. Without Commander-in-Chief Xia around, Yi Qian's backer had left. Yi Ying was able to speak more quickly. Madame Li's eyes flashed with coldness when she heard this. Instead of getting angry, she laughed. You think she's inferior to you in every aspect, So she set you up, caused you to embarrass yourself in military training, and caused you to fail the college entrance exam? Yes, madam. It's because my grades have always been better than hers, and the teacher has always taken care of me, so she's always been jealous of me and set me up. Yi Ying answered without hesitation. At this moment, Madame Li was so angry that the volcano in her heart was about to break through the calmness on the surface. Very good, she could still pretend to be pitiful and obedient to deceive her. However, Yi Ying, who was eager for quick success, thought that Madame Li was angry because her words had worked. She was angry, she was angry. She wanted to come out and teach Yi Qian a lesson for her. She glanced quickly and provocatively at Yi Qian, who was silent at this moment, with a victorious smile in her eyes. Yi Qian thought to himself, without Yi Jifan by her side, Yi Ying's IQ is unbelievably low. She actually thinks that the current situation is advantageous to her? Yi Ying, where did your insufferably arrogant confidence come from? How could you think that your words can fool the wife of a major general? Where did her ridiculous confidence come from? Can you face Madame Li's anger now? Can you get through today peacefully? Madame Li was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She was on the verge of exploding. Her usually dignified manner revealed a hint of hostility. Then was it also her fault that you went to study in France? You don't know. If she hadn't forced me everywhere, I wouldn't have been forced to give up the opportunity to join the military and study abroad. Look, she's still stubborn, still stubborn. Madame Li, who could no longer suppress her anger, gritted her teeth and asked again, was it also her fault that you went to study in France? Before Yi Ying could answer, Madame Li shouted, was she the one who gave you that debauched, whore-like life? Madame Li deliberately made Du Jiayi say, yes, out of habit. Then, she heard Yi Ying say, yes, out of habit. Then, she heard Du Jiayi giggle contemptuously and Yi Qian chuckle. Her eyes widened as she answered too quickly. What did Madame Li just say? What did he hastily reply to? She replied with a yes. Living like a bitch? How could she? Yi Ying was shocked. She quickly tried to salvage the situation. No, madam, it's not. There was no more chance for her to speak. Madame Li's anger completely exploded. Pa. It was not just one slap. The furious Madame Li slapped her back and forth continuously. The sound was crisp and loud. Everyone was silent in an instant. Only the crisp sound of slapping could be heard. You hurt others and in the end, you hurt yourself. In the end, you wronged others and blamed others for their mistakes. Madame Li slapped her very quickly. Pa, every time she said a word, she slapped her. You've only been in France for 3 months. Like a bitch, you've been ridden by thousands of people and slept with tens of thousands of people. You still want to pretend in front of me? I'll let you pretend. Pa, even if Yi Ying covered her face with her hands and screamed, she couldn't stop Madame Li from slapping her. Countless slaps came to her face. She screamed and cried and staggered back. Yi Qian. Madame Li was really powerful. Chapter 2176. Qinglan. The deputy chief of staff Du rushed over and grabbed her hand. The performance just ended. She's still wearing her military uniform. Mind your manners. A few slaps in the face were not enough to vent her anger. Mrs. Li shook off her husband's hand and stood in front of Yi Ying, whose cheek was immediately red and swollen. She shouted angrily, Yi Ying, do you know why I hit you? She didn't know. She didn't even know, Mrs. Li, I don't know anything. I really lived like a whore? No, she didn't. She didn't know. Someone wants to hurt me. Mrs. Li, someone really wants to hurt me. Believe me. You have to believe me. She had to make Mrs. Li believe her. She could do it. She could coax Mrs. Li like how she coaxed her mother. Yes, she could do it. Mrs. Li liked her so much and even wanted her to be Li Yuan's girlfriend. As long as she explained it well, she would definitely forgive her. It's Yi Qian. Yes, it's Yi Qian. That bitch wants to hurt me. Mrs. Li, I'm Yi Ying, the daughter-in-law you chose. You have to believe me. It would have been better if she didn't mention her daughter-in-law. Mrs. Li was even angrier now. She raised her right hand and slapped Yi Ying again. How dare you mention this to me? A whore wants to marry into the Du family and be my daughter-in-law? Tell me, do you know why I hit you? Do you know? She wanted Yi Ying to admit it herself. She had to hear it with her own ears. Yi Ying knew that she couldn't admit it. She couldn't. As soon as the word, no, came out of Yi Ying's mouth, Mrs. Li slapped her again. Do you know why I hit you? Yi Ying, who had been slapped countless times, didn't dare to speak. She didn't even dare to cry out loud. Big drops of tears flowed out of her eyes. She was full of panic. She didn't know. She didn't know. She shook her head desperately and took several steps back. When she reached the stairs, she didn't notice and fell to the ground with a thud. At this time, Yi Ying was in a sorry state, but she was still stubborn and refused to admit it. You're so stubborn. It seems that I have to send this tape to the Capital Political Group personally. Fine, if you don't admit it, I'll make you admit it in front of the entire Capital's political group. Madame Li's ruthlessness was not temporary. It was ruthlessness that would force a person into a desperate situation and make them lose their will to live. Furthermore, she wasn't just trying to scare Yi Ying. She meant what she said. He turned around and shouted at the Deputy Chief of Staff Du, old Du, go to the Beijing political group. Du Jiayi immediately supported Madame Li, who was trembling with anger and did not care about her appearance. Mom, I'll go with you. How despicable. How could he anger you to this extent? You're Yi Qian, right? She's wrongly accusing a military academy student like you. Come with me to the Beijing political group. Madame Li did not forget to bring Yi Qian along, nor did she give Yi Qian a chance to refuse. She asked the guard to escort Yi Qian into the car. As for Yi Ying, she was not invited. Instead, she asked the guards to carry her into the car. No, I don't want to go. I don't want to go. I don't know anything. I was framed. Yi Ying screamed like a madwoman. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du saw that she was making a ruckus and signaled the guard to gag her. How embarrassing. She was going to lose all her face. A tall and slender figure blocked the Deputy Chief of Staff Du's path. While saluting, the person said in a deep voice, Deputy Chief of Staff Du, I'll take Yi Qian to the Capital Political Group. I won't trouble you. Xia Jinyuan, who was walking over quickly, heard Madame Li's words clearly from a distance. Chapter 2177. Xia Jinyuan's sudden appearance made Yi Qian frown. Why is he here when he's still injured? He also saw him blocking the path of the Deputy Chief of Staff Du. The other party was a major general after all. If Madame Li saw him blocking him, she would definitely criticize him. Yi Qian was worried about Xia Jinyuan's injury and worried that he would attract criticism. He didn't have time to think and quickly went around the guard. The guard reacted quickly and reached out to stop him, but Yi Qian was even faster. He didn't stand between the two of them. Instead, he stood slightly to the left of Xia Jinyuan and used his body to protect him. This way, he would be able to protect Xia Jinyuan without appearing out of the blue. Chief, after you. I'll go with your guard. Madame Li was still angry. Who knew if she would vent her anger on the injured Captain Xia? She naturally had to protect her boyfriend. This major doesn't know, although it felt good to be protected by his girlfriend, Xia Jinyuan didn't like what he was going to say next. He interrupted, Deputy Chief of Staff, I'm still not sure what happened. Since we're going back to the military, I'll go with you. It's fine if you didn't inform me in time, but now that I'm here, you want me to leave? Little fox, it seems like you've forgotten everything I said before. Major Xia, who had rushed over, was a little angry. Deputy Chief of Staff Du looked at Xia Jinyuan, who was being protected by the military school students, and then looked at the military school students who were protecting Xia Jinyuan. The two of them stood with one in front and one behind, one on the left and one on the right. Although they were not side by side, they looked pleasing to the eye and gave him a feeling that they were quite familiar with each other. After a slight pause, he asked, "You two know each other?" With Xia Jinyuan around, Yi Qian didn't have a chance to speak. He answered calmly, "Yes." As for how they knew each other and what their relationship was, he didn't explain. Since he didn't explain, Deputy Chief of Staff Du couldn't ask for more details. He nodded and said authoritatively, "Okay, then you can go with us. We'll go straight back to the military." The videotape was already in Madame Li's hands. With Madame Li's appearance, the confrontation between Yi Ying and Madame Li became a confrontation between Madame Li and Yi Ying. It was no longer purely her personal matter. Yi Qian narrowed his eyes. It was time to go back to the military. Yi Ying didn't want to go back to the military academy, nor did she want to go back to the military regiment. She screamed as she was being forcefully dragged by the two guards. "Let me go. Let me go." There was no way for her to struggle with the suspension on her hands, so Yi Ying stomped her feet and struggled. At this moment, she had the shadow of Sun Dongqing's usual unreasonable behavior. She did not have the slightest bit of a dignified and refined temperament. She was just like a shrew. Li Furan was so angry that her liver hurt. "Block her mouth for me. Hurry." "No, Madame Li, please listen to my explanation. I'm not lying to you. I really..." Ugh. Ugh. Yi Ying, who had opened her mouth wide to cry out for injustice, was unable to speak. Du Jiayi had stuffed a pair of white gloves into her mouth. Du Jiayi furrowed her brows in disdain as she stuffed the gloves she had put on earlier into Yi Ying's mouth. "Don't make a fool of yourself. Just take her to the car." Yi Ying hated her to the core. She glared at her fiercely and kept making noises. Du Jiayi. Du Jiayi. You'll die a horrible death. You'll die a horrible death. The moment Du Jiayi stuffed her mouth, Yi Ying understood how vicious Du Jiayi was. Chapter 2178. From the very beginning, she was not helping her. From the very beginning, she was colluding with Yi Qian to harm her. She and Yi Qian clearly knew each other, but pretended not to know each other. So cruel, so cruel. All of them wanted to harm her, all of them wanted to harm her. Who sent the videotape? Was it Du Jiayi? Was it her? It was her, it had to be her. Only she had the ability. France was so far away, Yi Qian could not have reached there. Only that bitch Du Jiayi had the ability to get it. With her mouth gagged and her tongue blocked, Yi Ying could not say anything to vent her anger. All she could say was a string of muffled sounds. Du Jiayi, who was being glared at, curled her lips into a contemptuous sneer. In the blink of an eye, she adjusted her smile and took out a small handkerchief from her pocket to gently wipe away the tears on Yi Ying's face. She said worriedly, "Ying, don't make a fuss now. If you continue, my mother will only get angrier. You said you were framed. Let's talk about it later. What's there to be angry about? Being angry will only make things worse. Do you understand? My father said to go back to the military academy first, not to the Beijing political group. You should calm down before you go back to the military academy and think about how to face this. Think about who is trying to frame you. Sai, I'm worried about you. How did things become so bad all of a sudden? Save your energy. It's better to sit in the car than to stand in the cold wind and let the passers-by see you." At this moment, Yi Ying could not hear anything. In her eyes, there was only Du Jiayi's hypocritical face. She was even more detestable and hateful than Yi Qian. The guards did not let Yi Ying stay any longer. They quickly escorted her into the car. Behind her, Du Jiayi watched as Yi Ying was carried away. The smile in her eyes and at the corner of her mouth remained unchanged. Her cold and indifferent voice was blown away by the cold wind. You only have yourself to blame, who else can you blame? Yi Ying, open your eyes wide and see if the daughter of a small bureau chief like you can climb into our Du family's prestigious family. After he finished speaking, his gaze fell on the two figures standing face to face with the deputy chief of staff Du. She knew Yi Qian, but she didn't know the man standing beside her. Du Jie wanted to go closer to see who it was, but the deputy chief of staff Du had already asked two people to take Commander-in-Chief Xia's guards away. She had no time to see clearly, so she had to help the angry Mrs. Li into the car first. I finally managed to get the Commander-in-Chief to leave. Why are you here again? Yi Qian, who was sitting in the back of the car, said coldly, I told you to rest well. Why didn't you take it to heart? Why did the guards who were guarding you let you do whatever you wanted? Compared to his current situation, Yi Qian was more worried about Xia Jinyuan's health. Xia Jinyuan was the opposite. He was more worried about whether Yi Jian would be at a disadvantage. His handsome face was a little gloomy. He held Yi Jian's right hand and looked straight ahead. He said calmly, it's nothing. You know about my injury. But what about you, little fox? Have you ever thought of telling me anything? If Dad didn't call me, little fox, I would still be lying in bed like a fool waiting for you to come over. As for what happened outside, if you don't tell me, I won't know anything. I'm a little angry now. Are you sure you want to continue? Yi Qian was dumbfounded. When she saw him angry during training, she could still face it calmly. But in real life, it was the first time she had seen Captain Xia angry. What should she do now? Chapter 2179. He was a little angry, and she was a little angry too. I have to continue. You're angry, and I'm angry too. Having said that, Yi Qian lost a little of her confidence. Especially when she thought about what Principal Chen had told her, Yi Qian felt even more guilty. Headmaster Chen said that she shouldn't think that she could solve her problem alone. She shouldn't keep it to herself and not tell Captain Xia. He didn't want trouble, but based on their relationship, wasn't this a form of alienation towards each other? Realizing the root of the problem, Yi Qian thought about it and explained softly, it's not that I didn't want to tell you, it's just that I didn't have time to. The Commander-in-Chief and I planned to come to the hospital after the performance, but we didn't expect to meet Yi Ying and then Mrs. Li. The situation was a little chaotic at the time. Seeing that Mrs. Li was there, I wanted to cut off the relationship between Yi Ying and the Du family, and asked the Commander-in-Chief to return to the military academy first. I just wanted to clean up my personal affairs with Yi Ying. I really didn't mean anything else, and I never intended to hide it from you. It was just that she was used to dealing with it alone and shouldering it alone. Yi Qian didn't say this out loud. Is it okay to only think about yourself every time you deal with something? Xia Jinyuan turned to look at her. When he saw the caution in Yi Qian's eyes, his heart suddenly ached. At the same time, a nameless fire rose in him, and he almost couldn't suppress it. Did he need her to be so careful? He held her hand a little too tightly. Suppressing the nameless fire, he stared at Yi Qian and asked her, Little fox, what kind of place am I in your heart? I'm just a little emotional right now. Do you need to be so careful? I'm even angrier than before. Yi Qian felt a lump in his chest. His heart ached. He blinked lightly and said, I'm really afraid that you'll be angry. I'm afraid that I didn't do well, that I did something wrong, that something went wrong. Don't be angry, okay? Xia Jinyuan knew that he could no longer maintain his composure. Just a second ago, her where made his heart ache, and the next second, she suddenly acted coquettishly. Nameless Hua versus coquettishly. Nameless Hua was defeated. Let's put our matter aside for now. I'll deal with you later. Major Xia, who couldn't hold it in any longer, turned his head expressionlessly. If she continued to act coquettishly with him, he would definitely raise the white flag with both hands and surrender. Yi Qian was still waiting for him to tell her the reason for his anger. He had already mentally prepared himself. Now that he had said, I'll deal with you later, he dismissed her. Fine, he didn't have to deal with her later. He would bring it up himself. Sometimes, habits were really scary. Principal Chen reminded herself that she must talk to Captain Xia more about her matters. She shouldn't be so self-righteous as to think that she could solve it by herself. She remembered that, but if something really happened, she would have to deal with it herself. Yi Qian, who didn't want to let these things affect their relationship, gently stroked the back of his hand. Just as he was about to say something, he heard the angry Xia Jinyuan sigh and say, "I'm sorry, I lost my composure just now. You saw the wife of the deputy chief of staff do just now. She's quite a powerful person. Her methods, character, and way of doing things are all first class. If she takes her anger out on you, little fox, even if she only says one sentence about you, my heart will ache." How could he accept that an outsider scolded the person he cherished so dearly? Chapter 2180. I'm really angry, and I'm not lying. I wouldn't mind if I wasn't in the country, but now that I'm in the country, why would I want to face and deal with it alone? You asked my dad to leave first, and I can't blame you. After all, with his status, it's not convenient for him to deal with your private matters. But I'm different. Even if our relationship can't be made public, I can help you as a comrade and senior. Don't forget, I was sent to Fujian town for half a year. Even if Madam Li and the deputy chief of staff do investigate, they won't find out that we're lovers. I understand your concern. But do you understand my concern? The security guard driving and the security guard sitting in the front passenger seat were both sent by Commander-in-Chief Xia, so they didn't have to worry about the contents of their conversation being leaked out. Yi Qian opened his heart with ease and answered seriously, I understand. It's because I understand that I know where I'm wrong. Uncle Chen once told me that you and I can't separate your matters from mine, and you also told me that I should think of you first when I'm in trouble, and not subconsciously think that I can solve it. His girlfriend's attitude was so good that Major Xia, who had a long speech in his mind and was about to settle the score, didn't even have a chance to say it. Their eyes met, and in the end, Major Xia was defeated. He sighed helplessly and raised his hand to pinch her cheek affectionately. It's understandable that you couldn't inform me immediately, but when I came over, you actually wanted to push me away. Little fox, I was already angry at that time. Seeing that you're good at admitting your mistakes and also know where you're wrong, I'll forgive you for now, but there won't be a next time. Yi Qian couldn't help but sigh softly and immediately said, there definitely won't be a next time. In the future, as long as I can contact you, I'll tell you everything about me, so you don't have to worry. The two of them were too far apart, and he was often out of the country, so he couldn't contact her all the time. He really wanted to know how the person he loved was doing, and he also wanted the person he loved to take the initiative to tell him instead of asking him to find out through other means. If she wanted to know how the person she loved was doing, she would have to find out through other means. Xia Jinyuan held her hands in his palms, gazed at her affectionately, and said solemnly, we can have a certain amount of privacy between us, but we can't divulge the secrets of our jobs. Also, we must tell each other about the difficulties we face in life. You and I can't be too distant. This will make me feel insecure and uneasy. He, too, would be worried about his lover, and would be uneasy about what she had done. After telling her the reason for his anger, the two of them communicated with each other. When they arrived at the military headquarters, both of them had smiles on their faces, and there was a faint sweetness flowing through them. When they opened the door and got out of the car, the two of them, who had been flirting with each other just a moment ago, suddenly had cold and sharp gazes. Their military aura was so intimidating that Du Jiai, who was supporting Madame Li, was shocked. So he was Xia Jinyuan, Aunt Zhao's son. In the past, Xia Jinyuan was a typical dandy in the capital. He was so arrogant that no one dared to provoke him, and he was a proper prince who could do whatever he wanted. After not seeing him for more than 10 years, she didn't expect him to have changed so much that she couldn't recognize him. He was no longer as arrogant as he used to be, and even his temperament had changed greatly. He was as sharp as a sword, and people couldn't help but feel a chill. Chapter 2181. Ever since Xia Jinyuan changed overnight, he had basically disappeared from the capital. Even the aristocratic families who were close to the family Xia rarely knew about him, let alone the Li family. Du Jiai was shocked by Xia Jinyuan's great change, and Mrs. Li was also quite surprised. She had seen Xia Jinyuan before the new year, but he was not wearing a military uniform. He was tall and had a temperament, but she did not see him clearly because the light in the courtyard was not very bright at that time. Now that she saw him again, she felt that he was a different person. "Mom, is he really Xia Jinyuan? Aunt Zhao's son? Isn't he the other son of the commander-in-chief?" Du Jiayi still could not believe it. She frowned and looked carefully for a while, then shook her head in disbelief. "He's not like before at all. I've seen him a few times before. He was very naughty and cynical, but he didn't have the temperament he has now. He was as sharp as a cold sword and as majestic as a pine tree." Just by looking at his back, she felt that he could not be Xia Jinyuan. In her memory, Xia Jinyuan was a typical playboy. He was good at fighting and everything. Later, for some reason, she gradually lost contact with him. At that time, he seemed to be in his first or third year of high school. The last time she heard news was when Aunt Xiao called her mother from abroad and told her that her son had been admitted to the National University of Science and Technology. Her mother said, "Congratulations," and then hung up the phone. She asked her father how Xia Jinyuan, a playboy who fought and caused trouble everywhere, could be admitted to the military academy. Old Du casually replied, "How did you get in?" "That's how he got in. He was admitted to the National University of Science and Technology with one layer of connections. No matter what, he was still a wastrel who relied on his family to make a living." Last year, Aunt Xiao asked her father to inquire about Xia Jinyuan's whereabouts. She wanted to see where her son, who was a military officer after graduation, was assigned to. Her father checked and told her that Xia Jinyuan went to a military station in the border area. He asked her, who happened to be there, to pass a message and see if he could write a letter to Aunt Xiao. She even asked several military depots, but there was no news about Xia Jinyuan. A cadet who had no information about him in the officer system meant that he had studied for 4 years but had not managed to get a position. Perhaps he had committed some sort of mistake and was no longer in the system. Big Brother also said that a hedonistic son of a rich family could not have any future. If it wasn't for Commander-in-Chief Xia, he might have been chased out of the army long ago. She thought so too. However, when they met today, Dad actually said that he was Xia Jinyuan. How was that possible? "What nonsense are you talking about? Your Aunt Xiao only has one child, and Shirlai only has one son." Mrs. Li's eyes darkened. She didn't expect that Xia Jinyuan, who was wearing a military uniform, would not be as ruffian as before. She thought that Xiao Shuman didn't have the luck of having children and grandchildren like her, but now it seemed that she was too carried away. After being reconfirmed, Du Jiayi had no choice but to believe it. It said that women change 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Men are the same. She sighed with emotion. Her eyes fell on the back of the man who was walking up the stairs in front of her again. He graduated from military school many years ago, but he's still a major. It seems that. But before Du Jiayi could finish her thoughts, the figure she had been staring at suddenly turned around, and a gaze sharper than a sword glint shot right at her. Du Jiayi felt as if something had struck her glabella and chest, and the blood in her body froze in an instant. The words that were at the tip of her tongue couldn't come out at all. "What's wrong?" Yi Qian asked when he saw Xia Jinyuan suddenly turn around. At the same time, he also turned his head to look behind him, but he didn't see anything. Chapter 2182. Xia Jinyuan looked away and smiled at Yi Qian. "It's nothing. Let's go. The sooner we settle this, the sooner we can leave." He didn't want to be disturbed during their short time together. "Okay." Yi Jian tilted her head and smiled at him. In the light and shadow, her eyebrows were as gentle as ink. She was introverted and clean, which directly rippled into Xia Jinyuan's heart. It was a very clean smile, but also a very stubborn smile. Just like that year in the mountains of Shuku village, she led their mountain patrol team through the dense forest and pointed in the direction of the criminals. When she turned back to look at the male soldiers, she smiled slightly at them. Her eyes were like autumn waves and as bright as the stars, making them remember it in their hearts. Yi Ying had already arrived at the conference room. 2 armed guards stood on either side of her. She didn't dare to be as presumptuous as she was outside, let alone scream. Her shoulders trembled as she sat on the cold leather chair. Her eyes were filled with panic. She was very scared. She was so scared that even though the conference room was fully heated, her hands and feet were still cold. It was too cold. It was so cold that she felt a chill in her bones. She was too scared. She was so scared that her heart felt like it was being clenched by a pair of invisible hands. She wanted to take deep breaths, but it became very painful. She was so scared that she even lost the freedom to breathe. The conference room was not small. The conference table alone could accommodate 20 people. At this time, only Yi Ying and the two silent guards were in the large conference room. The oppressive silence made Yi Ying only hear her own breathing. No one entered the conference room immediately. The first to enter the conference room were Regiment Commander Zhong and the instructor of the Beijing political group, followed by Deputy Chief of Staff Du, Mrs. Li, and Yi Qian. As for Xia Jinyuan, he would walk in even if they didn't let him. She embarrassed the Li family so much and dared to lie to me, Li Qinglan. Old Du, I want to know how the Beijing political group dealt with her. Mrs. Li, who was used to being domineering, did not hand over the videotape when she arrived at the military headquarters. Her assistant told her that the scene in the video was unbearable. If she really took it out, it would only embarrass the Du family even more. However, she was also worried that if she didn't take out the videotape, the Beijing political group would go easy on Yi Ying. How could she be satisfied? The only thing she could do was to tell her husband in advance that she would not allow the Beijing government to deal with her lightly. The deputy chief of staff Du still didn't know what had happened. Yi Jifan's divorce alone wouldn't have made his wife so angry. If he didn't say it in the car, and if he didn't say it now, how was he going to explain it to the Beijing government? Moreover, did she forget that he was the one who recommended Yi Ying to join the army? Now that she was dealt with after only one day of reporting, it would be hard for him to explain himself. Most importantly, even Shirlai knew about this matter. It was impossible for him to settle it secretly. The deputy chief of staff Du, who was not affected by his wife's anger, asked calmly, "What on earth happened? You should at least let me know. If you don't tell me, how can I talk to the Beijing political group? Also, don't forget that the reason why Yi Ying was able to enter the capital political group was because I made a call in advance and specially recruited her. Hurry up and tell me what's going on. When everyone is here, I have to go into the meeting room." Du Jiayi gently pulled on Mrs. Li's sleeve and whispered, "Mom, what happened? You scolded Yi Ying so fiercely just now. Was it because assistant he told you something about Yi Ying that made you angry?" Since, knock knock knock, the knocking on the door interrupted the three of them. A clerk pushed the door open and came in. He saluted and reported, "Sir, Regiment Commander Zhong and the instructor of the Beijing government group have arrived. Please go to the meeting room." Chapter 2183. "Okay, ask them to go first. I'll be there later." The deputy chief of staff Du nodded and took a pen and a notebook from his desk. After the clerk left, he looked at his wife whose face changed again. After a while, he sighed. "Wait for me with Jiayi. I'll ask you if there's anything. But I can tell you now that if there's nothing else, we'll interrogate Yi Ying about Yi Qian cheating in the military school. We won't deal with anything else for now. That means you won't get what you want." "No way. I don't agree." Mrs. Li snapped without hesitation, "Since I can make her wear the military uniform, I can make her take it off. You go and interrogate her first. If she doesn't tell the truth, you can send the guards here. I'll teach her a lesson. Tell her for me that if she doesn't want to be embarrassed, she'd better take off the uniform and go back to Nan Province." Taking off the uniform and going back to Nan Province was a light punishment. She had to know the consequences of lying to her. The deputy chief of staff Du knew his wife's temper well. He said to Du Jiayi, "Take good care of your mother." Then he left the office. The office of the General Staff Department was not in the military headquarters. It was on another street in Jing City. The deputy chief of staff Du did not have a special office in the military headquarters. The office where Mrs. Li and Du Jiayi could rest for the time being was vacated by the military headquarters for junior officers to study in the military headquarters. After he left, Mrs. Li sat in the office that was much smaller than her husband's. She sat and stood for a while. She kept going back and forth. Personal phones were like watches in the military headquarters. There was no signal. She couldn't even call Yi Jifan to ask him what was going on. After about 10 minutes, Mrs. Li said to Du Jiayi, "Go to the meeting room and see what's going on. See if they'll let you in." Du Jiayi had already thought about it. Now that she got Mrs. Li's order, she walked out of the office immediately. It was impossible for her to enter the meeting room. 2 guards stopped her. "Stop. The meeting room is off limits. Go back now." "I'm sorry, I'm looking for the Deputy Chief of Staff. Do please inform him that I have an urgent matter." Standing outside, Du Jiayi couldn't hear anything from inside. She immediately brought her father out to see if she could get an exception. The guard, who did not receive the instruction to let others in, did not make an exception. He expressionlessly asked Du Jiayi to leave quickly. The military headquarters was heavily guarded. Even if you passed through layers upon layers of checks, it didn't mean that you could walk around freely in the military headquarters. Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan could not either. The 2 of them were led by the guards from the other end of the corridor. Du Jiayi, who had just turned around, bumped into them. Du Jiayi looked over and saw clearly who the young officer walking over side by side with Yi Jian was. Du Jiayi was so frightened that his heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly averted his gaze, not daring to look any further. Xia Jinyuan. Yes, he was indeed Xia Jinyuan. When he glanced at Xia Jinyuan just now, he seemed to have lost his life. He had changed a lot. If it weren't for the familiar face and her mother's reminder, she wouldn't have recognized him. He had a sharp gaze, a handsome face, and a majestic military aura. She had already memorized his appearance after just a short encounter. Whether it was when she was in her teens or now, she couldn't help but feel afraid whenever she met him. She was so afraid that she instinctively drove herself to stay away from him. Du Jiayi didn't dare to look at him. She was afraid that she would be glanced at by that murderous gaze again. Chapter 2184. As she lowered her head slightly, she couldn't help but think to herself, "This is strange. How does he know Yi Qian? Are they close?" Confused, Du Jiayi didn't walk up to them. When the 3 of them passed by, Du Jiayi subconsciously moved to the side to let them pass first. As soon as the door to the meeting room was pushed open, Du Jiayi heard Yi Ying's sorrowful cries drifting out. Yi Ying had cried for so long that her voice was hoarse. Facing her regiment commander and instructor, she was practically weeping as she complained about Yi Qian's persecution of her. "Yi Qian, what do you have to say?" The one who spoke was none other than the military academy leader who had brought Yi Qian to the capital. After hearing the complaints of this arts recruit who hadn't even been in the military for a day, the leader's expression was icy. "I've already listened to her complaints for almost 15 minutes. Make it short." He was annoyed that Yi Ying spoke too much and was wasting everyone's time. Yi Qian didn't want to say much. After reading through Yi Ying's complaints, she handed a file to the military academy leader and then handed copies to all the leaders present. Every time she handed a file to a leader, Yi Ying, who had cried her heart out, couldn't help but shrink back. What was that? What did Yi Qian give to all the leaders? Everything I want to say is here. Leaders, please take a look. Yi Qian purposely sat across from Yi Ying. His gaze was clear as he looked at Yi Ying, who thought she could twist the truth just by touching her lips. He said calmly, "It's useless to say anything more. Because, everything she says is nonsense. I didn't. Yi Qian, you're the one who's guilty. You're the one who's guilty." Yi Ying shouted with her hands clenched into fists. She stared unflinchingly at Yi Qian. It was her. She was the one who stood in her way. If not for her, everything today would have been hers. Everything would have been hers. Yi Qian smirked. The contempt in her eyes was obvious. She wouldn't argue with her to avoid losing her status. However, Yi Ying was indeed bold. The ignorant were fearless. How could she lie in front of so many leaders? Did she think this was a school? If he told a few lies, he would at most be scolded. There wouldn't be any punishment. Yi Ying knew that she would be punished. She just wanted to drag Yi Jian down with her and let her be punished with her. In the past, Yi Jifan had taught her, if you have to hurt others and hurt yourself, you must do everything you can to make the other party feel pain for a little longer. The only thing she could think of was to rely on her own words to convince the leaders to let Yi Qian be punished. It was a very naive and self-righteous thought. Looking at Yi Qian, who was sitting across from her, Yi Ying clenched her teeth and glared at Yi Qian. She cursed in her heart, "Bitch, don't think you'll have it easy either. You won't have it easy either." She didn't believe that after saying so much, there wouldn't be a single chief who wouldn't believe her or doubt her. He did not believe that all the leaders would side with Yi Qian. Ridiculous. The leader of the military academy was the first to finish reading. He slammed the file on the table and sneered, "How did you recruit such a soldier? Or specially recruited? Heart disease in junior high." Before he could finish, Yi Ying cried and interrupted the leader without any etiquette. That was a misdiagnosis. "I don't have heart disease. I really don't have it." She cried out in a hoarse voice to defend herself, "Leader, I really didn't lie. I really don't have heart disease. You can take a look at my medical report. It has the most authoritative results. Junior high was just a misdiagnosis. It's not true." Chapter 2185. She refused to give up until all hope was gone. She refused to shed tears until she saw the coffin. What a female soldier who could invert right and wrong. The military school leader glanced at the art student who was still refusing to admit her mistake. His gaze was sharp and cold. "You bribed the middle school class teacher, Teacher Ku, and slandered Yi Qian for writing a so-called love letter to your math teacher. In the end, you and your mother spread rumors that Yi Qian seduced your math teacher. This is indeed a false accusation. You are the one who wronged Yi Qian." "No, it wasn't me. She really wrote the love letter. I didn't." "Chief, you must." Faced with a recruit who had slandered the school's top student, the school leader was furious. He sternly reprimanded, "The original copy of the love letter is still here. How dare you quibble?" "What? The original copy is still here." A few imposing gazes swept over. Yi Ying's heart skipped a beat. She shuddered violently. Her teeth were chattering so badly that she couldn't even stutter a word. The Beijing political group's instructor said coldly, "Your father used his position to force Yi Qian to leave Anyang No. 1 middle school. What do you say about this? You framed your instructor during military training, framed your classmates, and got expelled from school. In the end, you went to No. 2 middle school in the province. This is also a false accusation. Dozens of classmates, including the class teacher and the principal, all framed you. You gathered local ruffians and gangsters to plot against Yi Qian. This is also a false accusation. On the day of the college entrance exam, you framed Yi Qian for copying your answers. After investigation by the province's education bureau, you were disqualified from the college entrance exam and banned from taking the exam for 5 years. This is also a false accusation." The instructor was so angry that he was almost shouting at the end of his sentence. Yi Ying, who was so guilty that she shrunk her shoulders with every sentence, was dumbfounded. How did they all know? No, that's impossible. How could they still know after so long? Didn't Dad say that he used his connections to get rid of all her bad records? How could there still be? The reason why she had the confidence to continue framing Yi Qian was because all her bad records had been removed. But now, it was gone. All of his confidence was gone. The instructor of the Beijing political group slammed the file onto the conference table. He turned to the Deputy Chief of Staff Du and said in a deep voice, "Deputy Chief of Staff Du, this recruit was recommended by you at that time, and our Beijing political group did not strictly vet him. What do you think we should do now?" There was a brief silence in the conference room. Regiment Commander Zhong looked at the instructor and then at the Deputy Chief of Staff Du. Just as he was about to say something, Xia Jinyuan, who had accompanied them in, spoke up. He calmly accepted the gaze and said, "I'll tell you two things that happened when I was at the scene. The first incident was when Yi Qian was preparing for the Overseas Olympic Games on behalf of the school. Yi Ying, who was with him, intentionally knocked over the waiter who was serving hot soup. She wanted to hurt Yi Qian with the hot soup. The second incident was that after the hot soup incident, she pretended to be missing and tried to frame Yi Qian. She wanted the police to rush over and stall for time so that Yi Qian couldn't board the plane and participate in the overseas competition. One incident after another happened. Yi Ying, who had lost all her confidence after the college entrance exam incident, panicked. She was completely panicking. "No, I didn't. No, it wasn't me. No, you didn't. Our unit is ashamed to have a recruit like you." The door of the conference room seemed to have been kicked open by someone. It opened with a bang, and the door shook. Commander-in-Chief Xia walked over with a videotape in his hand. How did a recruit like this pass the background check? What is the Beijing political group doing? Do you know what this is? Deputy Chief of Staff Du, your wife gave this to me. I haven't seen it yet, but according to your wife, this is a dirty videotape. She's the main character in it. Chapter 2186. Videotape. Videotape. Yi Ying was scared out of her wits. Videotape. No. No, she couldn't watch it. How could it be? She tore the videotape. How could there still be a videotape? It couldn't be, this videotape was received by the front desk of my company today. I just found out about it too. After that, Madame Li appeared in the meeting room. She was wearing a coat and looked out of place in the meeting room. However, she had a strong aura. She sat down calmly and said, "Everyone, this matter has nothing to do with old Du. It's my fault for not letting old Du investigate carefully and recommending her to the capital political group. Yi Ying is indeed talented. She's good at music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. When I met her, I knew that she wanted to be an art soldier. It just so happened that," Mrs. Li smiled bitterly. She told everyone how she liked Yi Ying and how she recommended her into the Beijing government regiment. "It's my fault. I brought shame to the army. I knew that she had to deal with it. I had to tell the truth even if I had to. If you don't believe me, you can watch the videotape now. You'll know that I'm telling the truth. Yesterday was my daughter's birthday. I really liked Yi Ying. I even brought her around to meet my friends. I praised her for being sensible and obedient. Who knew that I would be slapped in the face today? It's all my fault. I've brought shame to the army." Mrs. Li stood up and bowed. She took all the blame for the incident on herself. Instead of putting her husband in a difficult position and leaving Xia Xinhui with something to use against her, she might as well put herself in a difficult position. Mrs. Li saw that her daughter couldn't enter the meeting room. She immediately went to Commander-in-Chief Xia and handed over the videotape. Yi Ying's last hope was completely destroyed. Everything needed evidence. They needed to know what was in the videotape. Yi Ying felt like she had fallen into an ice cave. She watched as the guard pushed the videotape into the machine. After the image flashed, Yi Ying was so shocked that her eyes kept rolling back. Her psychological endurance was at its limit. Yi Ying's actions violated the relevant provisions of our country's military service law and the southern province's conscription regulations. We've decided to punish Yi Ying on the spot. We've decided to expel her from the army and fine her 100,000 yuan. At the same time, immediately send her back to the southern province and hand her over to the Public Security Bureau for a full investigation into the case of Yi Ying colluding with local hooligans to persecute the military academy student Yi Qian. Execution. Within 10 years, he is not allowed to be a civil servant, enter a state-owned or public institution, go abroad, or go through the formalities for entering a higher school. Yi Ying did not faint. She was too emotional and was pressed down on her seat by 2 guards. She listened to the instructor of the Capital Government Regiment read the execution warrant on the spot. Leave the army and hand over to the police. Yi Ying's face was pale as she struggled even harder and screamed, "No, I don't want to leave the army. I don't want to go back to the southern province. Dad, save me. Dad, save me. I don't want to go back to the southern province. I don't want to leave the army. I was wrong, Chief, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. I was wrong, please don't let me leave the army." No one paid any attention to him. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du was the first to leave the meeting room with a dark face. This time, he had been completely humiliated by a mere performance art soldier. Don't go, don't go. Yi Qian, can you stop the chief? I'm begging you, I admit my mistake. I was really wrong. Please save me. I don't want to leave the army. I don't want to go to the Public Security Bureau. I don't want to go to jail. I'm begging you, Yi Qian. I'm begging you. In this life, Yi Qian heard Yi Ying's pleas. In this life, she actually heard Yi Ying's pleas. Chapter 2187. When Xia Jinyuan heard this, he frowned and said to Yi Qian, "Let's go." Ignore her. He wasn't afraid that Yi Qian would agree. His little fox wouldn't use her soft heart on someone like Yi Ying. She just didn't want to waste her time on Yi Ying. Yi Qian didn't leave immediately. Instead, he smiled and said, "Wait outside for a while. I still want to talk to her." When she saw that he was frowning because of her words, she smiled softly and promised him, "Give me 10 minutes. I'll be out in 10 minutes at most. Help me take the guards out." Okay. After pondering for a while, Xia Jinyuan nodded and agreed. Yi Ying, who was struggling and crying, heard Yi Jian's words. Her frightened eyes lit up. Did Yi Jian agree to help her? Did asking the guards to leave mean that he was willing to help her? That's great, that's great, that's great. He's finally helping me. He's finally helping me. I didn't beg so humbly in vain. She thought that Yi Qian would be the one begging for mercy in the end, but she was the one begging him. So be it. As long as she could get out of danger safely, she didn't have to leave the army, return to Nan province, or go to the Public Security Bureau. She didn't mind asking Yi Qian for help. When she thought that Yi Qian would help her, Yi Ying was ecstatic. She begged even louder, "Sis, save me. Hurry up and save me. It hurts. My arm hurts so much. They used too much force. It hurts so much. It really hurts so much. Do I look like I'm easy to talk to?" Yi Qian looked at Yi Ying, who was begging even louder and putting more effort into her act. He asked Major Xia, who was about to leave, seriously, "Do you need me to adjust my facial expression?" Major Xia looked at her seriously and shook his head. He smiled and said, "No need. Your eyes and expression tell me that you're in a good mood. That's good. I thought I looked easy to talk to and easy to bully." Yi Qian pretended to heave a sigh of relief and lightly patted her chest. She also felt that she was not an easy person to talk to. She was also narrow-minded, especially towards Yi Zhifan and his family. She was even narrower than the tip of a needle. She didn't know how Yi Ying saw it, but she was so soft-hearted that she didn't care about anything. Xia Jinyuan could tell that she was indeed in a good mood. So be it. He waved his hand and left with the 2 guards with a magnanimous look. As soon as the guard let go, Yi Ying, who was finally liberated, scrambled over and hugged Yi Qian's calf in an extremely pathetic manner. "Sister, please put in a good word for me. Please put in a good word for me. Don't say anything else. Just say that you don't care about what I did. Really, as long as you say that, they won't do anything to me." As the door to the conference room closed, only Yi Qian and Yi Ying were left in the spacious conference room. One stood upright like a pine tree, the other slumped like mud. The contrast was stark. Yi Qian did not feel much of a victory. In this life, she came with hatred, but she never deliberately targeted Yi Ying. She was like a bystander, watching Yi Ying make one mistake and then another. She never schemed against her, nor did she need to. She only did one thing, which was to send the videotape to Mrs. Li, Yi Jifan, and the military. Just this one thing alone was enough to push Yi Ying to the brink of despair. Grandfather Zhen was right. When dealing with people who constantly make mistakes, there was no need to deliberately frame them. As time passed, the person who made the mistake would eventually bear the consequences of her own mistakes. Chapter 2188. She didn't add fuel to the fire. She only dealt Yi Ying a heavy blow at the most appropriate time, making her beg her like this. Scenes from his previous life flashed through his mind, frame by frame. There was Sun Dongqing's disdain, Yi Ying's arrogance, and Yi Jifan's arrogance. Everything from his previous life had come to an end in this life. Yi Ying, the grievances between you and me from 2 lifetimes had come to an end. Yi Ying, what are you begging me for? Even though it was over, she still couldn't calm down. Yi Qian lowered her eyes slightly. This time, it was her turn to look down at Yi Ying. She could clearly see the fear in the depths of Yi Ying's heart. In her previous life, she was also so afraid. It wasn't just for a moment or a day, but she was constantly worried and afraid. She was tormented. In this life, Yi Ying had only been worried and afraid for a few days. Sorry, she was actually very, very petty. She was so petty that she was happy to see Yi Ying like this. She hoped that her days of suffering had just begun, and that there was more pain waiting for Yi Ying to experience. Yi Qian leaned forward a little, then bent over and smiled faintly. Until just now, you still wanted to frame me. Yi Ying, what makes you think that I will help you if you beg me? If she didn't ask Yi Qian for help, who else could she ask? She couldn't find anyone else. She didn't know who to ask. Yi Qian's sudden stay was her only hope of escaping. Why would he help her? Because they were sisters. That's right, they were sisters. Sisters who could help each other. Yi Ying, who was in a desperate situation, was ecstatic. Her eyes were filled with hope. She quickly said, I'm your sister. Sister, I'm your sister. Sister, save me. I'm begging you. Sister, please save me. Sister, I'll be obedient in the future. I won't dare to lie to you anymore. Sister, I'll really be obedient. Believe me. I promise, I swear, I'll treat you as my sister from now on. I'll be closer to you than a real sister. Please, sister, my good sister. Only you can save me. I don't want to leave the army. I don't want to go back to the southern province. Sister, good sister, only you can save me. Yi Qian's smile deepened. He lowered his head slightly and said coolly, Sister. Yi Ying, since when did you treat me as your sister? That's not right. Fortunately, you've never treated me as an elder sister. That way, some unnecessary trouble can be avoided. I also sincerely thank you for all the things you've done for me, and thank your good mother for all the things she's done for me. Otherwise, how could there be the Yi Qian of today? I, Yi Qian, have always engraved the events of the past in my heart. I would never dare to forget them for even a moment. Her eyes were dark and cold. The coldness in her eyes made Yi Ying's heart tremble when they looked at each other for the first time. Realizing something, Yi Ying clutched the corner of Yi Jian's trousers tightly and kept shaking her head. She kept saying the word no monotonously. No, no, no. It's not like that. It's not like that. I've already begged her to let me go. Why isn't she satisfied? Yi Ying couldn't figure it out. She cried until her tears and snot mixed together. She sat there paralyzed, but she didn't dare to let go. She was afraid that if she did, Yi Qian wouldn't care about her anymore. Sister, is it because I haven't asked for enough? Is it still not enough? Sister, I'm begging you. I know I'm wrong. Really, I'm really wrong. It's all my fault in the past. I made you suffer so much. I'm really wrong. Can you forgive me? Can you forgive me? Let bygones be bygones. Let's forget about it, okay? Don't think about it anymore, okay? Sister, look at me in the future. I won't let you down. Chapter 2189. I've never begged anyone before. You know that I've never begged anyone before. Sister, I'm begging you today. Since we're sisters, please let me go. I was really wrong. I won't dare to do that again. No matter how much she begged, it was impossible for Yi Qian to feel any pity for her. In her previous life, Yi Ying had caused her to be homeless and almost raped. How could she let her go? Let bygones be bygones? Forget about it? Yi Ying, who do you think you are? Yi Qian's eyes were filled with anger. She used her knee to press against Yi Ying's chin and pushed forward, knocking Yi Ying to the ground. She didn't have the chance to crawl over and hug her leg. Caught off guard, Yi Ying's teeth knocked against her own lips. She screamed in pain. The wound was a little deep, and blood mixed with saliva flowed down the corner of her mouth. Seeing her palms covered in blood, Yi Ying screamed again. Blood, blood, so much blood. Yi Qian had knocked into her and she was bleeding. She begged so much, but she still wouldn't let her go. She even made her bleed. Yi Qian, what do you want from me? Yi Ying was furious after begging for so long. She only dared to be angry in front of Yi Qian. Yi Ying's expression twisted as she thought about how her begging was ignored by the person she hated and looked down on. She even made her bleed. She raised her head and said angrily, Yi Qian, what else do you want from me? I've begged for so long. Why won't you forgive me? A person had hated another person since they were young. It had become a habit. How could she change her deep-rooted attitude so easily? The so-called apology was just to get herself out of trouble as soon as possible. She didn't think she was wrong at all. Of course, Yi Qian didn't need her to know that she was wrong. He didn't need her to wake up either. It was fine for her to continue being so stupid. In order to let Yi Ying hear her clearly, Yi Jian slowly squatted down and enunciated every word clearly. She wanted to tell Yi Ying what she wanted to do. I want you to die. I want you to be tortured to death. Only in this way can the hatred in my heart be dispelled. Every single word was filled with deep viciousness, and every single word was filled with killing intent. She wanted her to die. Yi Qian wanted her to die. Yi Ying's first reaction was to laugh out loud. She wanted to laugh, but before she could, she looked up at Yi Qian and froze. She saw the undisguised murderous intent in Yi Jian's eyes. She really wanted to kill her. She really wanted her to die. No, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. You don't have the right to decide my life or death. Yes, you can't decide. You're a soldier. You can't kill me. Yi Ying, who was paralyzed on the ground, retreated. She thought Yi Qian wanted to kill her. Yi Qian smiled. There was a hint of laziness in his cold voice. You're thinking too much. Killing you will only dirty my hands. I won't kill you, and I won't forget what you did to me. Only when I remember what you did to me can I grit my teeth and continue walking. Even if the path is bloody, I will grit my teeth and continue walking. Because. Yi Qian got up. His dark eyes stared at Yi Ying, who looked even more terrified. He continued softly, because I've been waiting for this day. To see you, Yi Ying, crawl past me like a stray dog. Yi Ying, I've been waiting for this day for so many days and nights. How can I let you go? How can I kill you so easily? Chapter 2190. Yi Jian, who was in a good mood, smirked as she watched Yi Ying's face turn pale and pale at a close distance. She saw the deep fear in Yi Ying's contracted pupils. She threw a bombshell at Yi Ying. Finally, I'll tell you that I was the one who sent the videotape. But I didn't expect Yi Jifan to divorce Sun Dongqing immediately after seeing the videotape. Yi Ying, you've offended Madame Li and lost Yi Jifan's protection. You're also a veteran with a tainted record. Why do you think I want to kill you myself? Watching you suffer is much more fun than killing you with my own hands. What? What did she just hear Yi Qian say? What did you just say? What did you just say? Yi Ying widened her eyes in disbelief. She stared at Yi Qian without blinking and asked sternly, "What did you just say?" Since he dared to say it, he wasn't afraid of what she could do. Yi Qian was magnanimous and patiently repeated, "Listen carefully. I'll say it one last time, I was the one who sent the videotape. The one in Madame Li's and Yi Jifan's hands were all sent by me." "Yi Ying, did you hear me clearly? Do I need to repeat myself?" "The videotape was sent by Yi Qian." She said, "She was the one who sent it." Yi Qian, Yi Qian. It was her. She was the one who sent the videotape. She was the one who ruined her. What a ruthless bitch. What a ruthless bitch. She wanted to kill her. She wanted to kill her, bitch. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. I want to kill you. I want to kill you. Yi Ying suddenly stood up and pounced on Yi Qian like a madwoman. She wanted to kill this bitch who caused her to lose everything. She wanted to kill her. You want to kill me? That depends on whether you have the ability to do so. Yi Qian sneered as he pulled out a conference chair and placed it in front of him. Coincidentally, Yi Ying crashed into the chair. She didn't manage to knock Yi Qian down, but instead, she fell straight into the chair. Yi Qian nimbly dodged, his hands moving as fast as lightning. One of his hands pinned Yi Ying's hands behind her back, while the other pressed down on the back of her neck, forcing Yi Ying to kneel on the floor with her face pressed against the seat, unable to move an inch. You want to kill me? Yi Ying, do you have the ability to kill me? He pressed down on the back of Yi Ying's neck with one hand. He used so much strength that Yi Ying's sweet and charming face lost its beauty. Her eyes, nose, and lips were all squeezed out of shape. Yi Qian's eyes were bloodshot, and his entire body was filled with killing intent. She was a female Special Forces soldier who had been on the battlefield and had stepped over piles of corpses. Her hands, stained with blood, were like the jaws of a tiger. She pressed down on Yi Ying's neck like she was biting down on Yi Ying's life. Her killing intent was even more terrifying. At this moment, Yi Qian was the most realistic. He had been on the battlefield and killed people. He raised the weapon in his hand and killed his target without batting an eyelid. Yi Ying was just a spoiled and arrogant girl who had lost her sense of self. Normally, she wouldn't have come into contact with a Special Forces soldier who had killed people. Even though she couldn't see Yi Qian's expression, she could clearly feel the change in Yi Qian. It was a terrifying change, a change that made all the blood in her body freeze. Yi Qian? Was she Yi Qian? She wasn't. Yi Qian didn't have such a terrifying aura. Yi Qian didn't have such great strength. She was Yi Qian. She was standing right in front of her, clearly telling her that she was the one who sent the videotape. Chapter 2191. I'm going to kill you, bitch. Bitch. Let go of me, let go of me. Her face was pressed against the leather chair. Even her voice was broken and she could not form a coherent sentence. She twisted her shoulders and used all her strength to struggle, but no matter how much strength she used, it was futile. She could not break free, she could not escape from Yi Qian's control. Yi Ying, remember this for me. Don't provoke Yi Jian easily before you become more powerful. Even I have to avoid her, let alone you. You must remember to stay as far away as possible from her as you can. Remember this. How many times have I told you? Yi Qian is not someone you can provoke. You've provoked her time and time again. Do you want to die? Yi Ying, I don't know how strong she is. You can't be as reckless as before. Do you hear me? Yi Ying, open your eyes and see if Yi Qian is someone you can provoke. Can you provoke her? Do you dare? Are you not afraid of death? Yi Ying, you used to love saying that Yi Qian was inferior to you in every way. Look at them now. Look at them. Look at their aura. Haven't you realized the difference between you and Yi Qian? Haven't you realized that you can't compare to Yi Qian? People have to look forward. You're still stuck in the same place. You think you're better than Yi Qian. In fact, Yi Qian has long surpassed you. Words of advice flashed through her mind. Yi Ying was in so much pain that her whole body twitched. In fact, Yi Qian has long surpassed you. Is that so? Is that so? No, no. It can't be. How could she have surpassed me? If she hadn't sent the videotape to Mrs. Li and her father, how could she, Yi Ying, be worse than Yi Jian? It can't be. She is better than Yi Qian. She has always been better than me. Ah. Let go, let go. Bitch, let go of me. I'm going to tell Mrs. Li that it was you who sent the videotape. You're the one who set me up. Once again, Yi Ying relied on her own imagination to complete her self-repair. The numb Yi Ying struggled harder. She wanted to leave this place. She wanted to go home. She wanted to go home. Yi Qian chuckled softly. That's right. I sent the videotape. You can tell Madame Li about it. Madame Li is such a prideful person. How could she have known that she would be deceived by you? How angry must she be? Go and find her, Yi Ying. I can take you to her now and tell her that I sent the videotape. Then I'll tell Mrs. Li that the content is true. Yi Ying, I've tolerated you for too long. I've waited until today. Do you think I'll give you a chance to turn things around? I will never give you a chance. Live well, Yi Ying. I wish you a more miserable life. Save me, please come and save me. Quickly come and save me. She was so scared of Yi Qian. It was too scary. She was too scary. If she couldn't look for Madame Li, who could she look for? Who else could she look for to save her? No one can save you, Yi Ying. I've waited for your whole family to suffer for so long. There were several times when I wanted to just kill all three of you. I've tolerated it. I've tolerated it. I've tolerated it for so long. I've finally waited for this day. Do you think I'll let you go? Yi Ying, open your eyes wide and take a good look at your own ending. I won't kill you. Killing you would be no different from killing an ant. Yi Qian's fingers gripped the back of her neck tightly. He growled in a low voice, there's no sense of accomplishment in breaking your neck. I'll keep you alive and watch you suffer. That's the only way to appease my hatred. Chapter 2192. He was no longer hiding his murderous aura and his coldness. Yi Ying was frightened. I don't want to, I want to go home. Oh. I want to go home. Dad, save me, save me. Yi Ying was so scared that her whole body was trembling. She cried so much that her eyelids were so swollen that she couldn't open them. She was not as good as Yi Qian, she was not as good as Yi Qian. She couldn't accept it, how could she accept it? Oh. She couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept it. How could she lose to a bastard, a bitch? How could she lose? This time, Yi Ying couldn't even let her imagination numb her. Facing Yi Qian, who was full of murderous aura, she was scared. She was scared from the bottom of her heart. Little fox, we can go now. The tightly shut meeting room door was pushed open and Xia Jinyuan's tall figure appeared at the door. He wasn't surprised at all when he saw the scene in front of him, as if he didn't notice anything. He looked at Yi Qian gently and said, exactly 10 minutes. After saying what needed to be said, Yi Qian let go and clapped his hands in disdain. Before he left, he said something that made Yi Ying's hair stand on end. Your retribution has just begun. Yi Zhifan doesn't even acknowledge you as his daughter. Yi Ying, you will live a life worse than a rat in the gutter. Worse than a rat in the gutter, she would live a life worse than a rat in the gutter? She might as well be killed. No, no, she had to find her father to save her. Only her father could save her now. She had to ask her father to beg the Deputy Chief of Staff Madam Li, and them to save her. Dad, I was wrong, Yi Ying, who was sitting in a daze, thought of her father. She suddenly got up and rushed towards the meeting room door. Before she reached the door, 2 guards rushed in. One of the guards reacted quickly and grabbed Yi Ying's shoulder with one hand. He threw Yi Ying to the side and pinned her to the ground. She wanted to ask Yi Jifan for help, but she didn't know that Yi Jifan was calmly explaining to Madam Li, who had just walked out of the military headquarters. I'm very sorry, madam. My relationship with Sun Dongqing has actually been broken for a long time. Because of some things, it was delayed again and again, and we only got a divorce now. Yi Ying didn't follow me. She willingly followed Sun Dongqing and told me that she wanted to take her mother's surname. I was very disappointed and sad, but I agreed to let her take her mother's surname. I spent the whole afternoon trying to change her surname. It's not that I want to hide it, but I just finished the divorce procedures this morning. There are too many things that need to be settled. I was thinking of contacting you and Deputy Chief of Staff after Yi Ying changed her surname to Suning. Mrs. Li was infuriated by his casual tone. She suppressed her anger and shouted, Director Yi, do you want to tell me that Yi Ying has nothing to do with you from now on? You could say that. I was too disappointed in her. I worked so hard to raise her. Who would have thought that? Sigh. Yi Jifan sighed heavily. There was an indescribable sadness in his voice. Madam Li sneered. What a heartbroken father. She didn't expect that he would be so heartless to his own daughter. Very well, I will remember what Director Yi said today. Yi Ying, no, she is called Suning now, right? She made me, Li Qinglan, lose so much face. I will definitely settle this account with her. I hope that Director Yi won't show up at that time. Hearing this, Yi Jifan, who was nervous, adjusted his breath slightly and replied, I can promise you that I will never interfere in Sun Ying's affairs. Chapter 2193. Yi Jifan divorced Sun Dongqing in a hurry and made himself clear. He was afraid that Mrs. Li would take her anger out on him. When he received Mrs. Li's call, he was even more nervous than when he was in the provincial committee meeting. When he heard Mrs. Li's cold and deep voice, he felt that his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He even held his breath for fear that Mrs. Li would notice his fear. When Yi Jifan said that he would no longer interfere in Yi Ying's affairs, he heard Mrs. Li sneer softly. He didn't know what she meant. It seems that Director Yi is going to put justice before family. That's right. No wonder Director Yi can be so successful. I can see that Director Yi can achieve great things. How could he not hear the sarcasm in Mrs. Li's words? If Yi Ying could be supported by the wall, listen to his arrangements, and not make trouble outside, how could he really be willing to cut off their father-daughter relationship? After all, she was his daughter and half of his blood flowed in her veins. He had arranged all the paths for her. Every path was a broad road. With his protection, she would definitely achieve great things. But Yi Ying was a piece of mud that couldn't be supported by the wall. No matter how good the path he paved was, she would only walk on a rotten path. He spent so much effort to cultivate her, but in the end, she didn't recognize him as her father. She was indeed his daughter. She was so ruthless. Forget it. Since she didn't recognize him, why should he recognize a stupid daughter? He couldn't afford to offend the Li family. It was not easy for him to climb to his current position. He didn't want to be beaten back to his original position overnight, and he didn't want to lose everything. He had to give up something to gain something. He could only give up Yi Ying, this daughter who didn't recognize him. Pretending that he didn't hear the sarcasm in Mrs. Li's words, Yi Jifan's voice was trembling. I'm sorry. Well, she is too stubborn. I can't persuade her. I respect her decision. She is in her 20s. She is not young anymore. She should be responsible for everything she does. He was telling Mrs. Li that she would be responsible for everything that happened to Yi Ying. It had nothing to do with anyone else. Although Mrs. Li was almost harsh to others, she was always generous to her children. Even if her children made a big mistake, it was the Du family's business. It was not an outsider's turn to tell them what to do. Hearing Yi Jifan's words, the coldness on Madame Li's face deepened. With such a father, how good could his daughter be? She, Li Qinglan, had always been the one to scheme against others. Today, she had actually been tricked by a little bureau chief, a little girl. Did she think that she could get away just because she was divorced and cut off the father-daughter relationship? Madame Li, who had hung up the phone with a gloomy face, quickly dialed another number. Then, she said in surprise, "The Discipline Inspection Commission has already gone to the southern province? Are they going to clean up the southern province's officialdom? Unclear situation. Old classmate, is there something you can't tell me? I'm not making things difficult for you. If you don't tell me, can I force you to tell me? I'm calling you today for no other reason than to tell you to investigate a bureau chief with the surname Yi in the Southern Province's Urban Construction Bureau. I just want to mention to you that since the Discipline Inspection Commission has already gone to the Southern Province, you should investigate thoroughly." Madame Li had a wide network of contacts. She knew some important officials more or less. When she learned that the Discipline Inspection Commission had gone to the Southern Province, she greeted her old classmate and chatted for a while with a smile. Then, she arranged to have a meal before hanging up the phone. Chapter 2194. After making 2 calls, Mrs. Li sat in the car and waited for the Deputy Chief of Staff Du and Du Jiayi to come out. She waited for about 10 minutes, but they didn't come out. Her patience was running out. She dialed the Deputy Chief of Staff Du's number. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du didn't have time to answer the call. He gave his phone to the guard and answered the call from the General Staff Department with sweat on his forehead. "It's my fault. I accept all the punishment from the General Staff Department, and I will deeply reflect on my mistakes. I understand. I have realized that I made a serious mistake. Okay, I'll be right back." The call from the Chief of Staff Du made the Deputy Chief of Staff Du's face even colder. He didn't expect the news about the recruit Ying to reach the Chief of Staff Du's ears so quickly. He didn't dare to shirk the responsibility. It was indeed his fault. It was he who saw Yi Jifan's resume and roughly looked at the information he submitted. He didn't investigate further and directly opened the back door for Ying. He told the Beijing government group and specially recruited Ying into the army. Who would have thought that the information he was looking at turned out to be information that Yi Jifan had tampered with? Even his wife's side hadn't been investigated. He was careless and almost made a big mistake. Luckily, Ying only joined the army for half a day. The files, stubs, and enlistment information were not officially entered into the army's management system. He only needed to delete all the paper information. Luckily, the bad influence of the situation was minimized. Otherwise, he would be publicly criticized in the next army meeting. Thinking that the Chief of Staff Du mentioned his wife on the phone and asked if she also wanted a position in the General Staff Department. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du hung up the phone and didn't notice Du Jiayi waiting for him outside. He quickened his steps and left the military headquarters with a gloomy face. This was not a good thing. It was clearly telling him that his wife had interfered too much. Because of Yi Ying, the whole family was going to be in a mess. Du Jiayi could already see that the Deputy Chief of Staff Du's face was not good. She jogged to catch up with them and said softly, "Dad, Mom is waiting for us outside. Tell your mom that I have to go to the General Staff Department right now." The General Staff Department called just now. Yi Ying's incident has already reached them. Deputy Chief of Staff Du, who was walking with big strides, felt like he was walking with the wind. Along the way, the air felt heavy. "Also, pass a message to your mother. The General Staff Department asked me if I want to give your mother a position." Du Jiayi's face paled. She immediately identified a position for her mother. Things had really gotten out of hand this time. Seeing that the Deputy Chief of Staff Du had walked far away, she hurriedly chased after him. She had to go out and tell her mother that her father was in trouble. "I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back. I want to see Madame Li. I want to see the deputy chief of staff. They were the ones who allowed me to enter the capital political group. It has nothing to do with me. I don't want to. I don't want to. Du Jie, who had caught up with them, suddenly heard Yi Ying's heart-wrenching screams from behind. What made her even angrier was that Yi Ying had actually splashed dirty water on the Du family. It had nothing to do with her. Yi Ying, you really deserve to die. The deputy chief of staff Du also heard it. He deliberately slowed down his pace and waited for Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian, who were preparing to leave the military headquarters. Without much interaction, Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian stopped and saluted him. Then they calmly left under his gaze, leaving behind the two calm and dignified figures of the Du family. Chapter 2195. I didn't expect this, I really didn't expect this. The deputy chief of staff Du murmured. He didn't expect Xia Xinhui's son to be so successful. He was no longer as frivolous as he was when he was young. The darkness in his eyes deepened. Du Jie didn't say anything. When she saw Xia Jinyuan, she subconsciously turned sideways and hid behind the deputy chief of staff. She didn't straighten her back until Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian left. She didn't know why, but she couldn't act freely in front of Xia Jinyuan. It was like that in the past, and it was still like that now. Du Jie, who was secretly resentful, gritted her teeth and only dared to glance at the tall and slender figure from the corner of her eye. Her expression was half angry and half angry. Soon, the two guards holding Yi Ying appeared. When they saw Yi Ying, the deputy chief of staff Du, they couldn't suppress their excitement and begged in a hoarse voice. Deputy chief of staff Du, please save me. I won't do it again, I won't do it again. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I will definitely turn over a new leaf and not make the same mistake again. Please, save me. It was you and Madam Li who arranged for me to join the Beijing political group. You can't just leave me alone. Deputy Chief of Staff Du, please save me. You can't just leave me alone. Yi Ying was now begging for help from anyone she could find. She had lost her sense of propriety and didn't even say a word. What she said happened to be the Deputy Chief of Staff Du's most taboo words. How can you make a scene in the military headquarters? Gag her mouth and take her away from the military headquarters as soon as possible and transfer her to the relevant departments. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du suppressed the anger in his heart and ordered in a deep voice, transfer her to the southern province overnight. No one is allowed to see her on the way. Yi Ying wanted to beg him to let her talk to her family. When she heard his order, it was as if she was struck by lightning. Yi Ying's vision turned black. Du, Just as she was about to speak, her mouth was blocked again. Du Jie was still the one who blocked her mouth. She had blocked one of her lips with her white gloves before, and now she blocked the other one as well. Yi Ying, you really have guts. There are countless guards in the military and all of them are armed with guns. Aren't you afraid that you will be shot dead by the guards if you continue to quarrel? Be quiet, Yi Ying. Your business has just begun. Du Jie emphasized the last sentence with a hint of murderous intent. Yi Ying, who was already scared out of her wits, saw the coldness in her eyes. She was so scared that she lost control of her bladder. Du Jie was so disgusted that she almost vomited. The two of you should take her away as soon as possible. Du Jie held her breath as she suppressed the churning in her stomach. Before she left, she glanced at Yi Ying, who was paralyzed with fear. A cold smile flashed in her eyes as she left the military headquarters. She even dared to beg her parents. Yi Ying, do you have a pig's head? The Deputy Chief of Staff Du left the military headquarters in a car. Mrs. Li, who was waiting outside, saw the familiar license plate number flash by. She knew that her husband would not go home with her. When Du Jie came out and conveyed the Deputy Chief of Staff Du's words, Mrs. Li frowned. She was so angry today that she did not control her temper for a moment. Now she was being laughed at by others. Asking her to get a position in the military headquarters was accusing her of meddling too much. She even dared to meddle in the affairs of the army. Mrs. Li, who was a little tired, raised her hand and pinched between her eyebrows. She closed her eyes to hide the murderous intent. She pressed her lips together and closed her eyes to rest for a while. Yi Jifan saved her son. This was a great favor.